Hello my friends, thank you for joining. Let me just turn that down, let me just turn that down. Because of the thing on it. So hopefully that shouldn't be too bad now, so that's a bit more manageable. OBS, obviously OBS is having a massive shakedown. I don't know if people are actually aware. Let me sort the camera out, my friends. Obviously on that. So, oh, your mic's a bit low. The cable's in the way. That's all right. I can sort it out. The camera's better now. Yeah, obviously, I think I might have found 90% of what my cause is. I bought this off AliExpress, right? One of these port things, and one of them's broke already. This thing's is junk. Right, and I'm not joking, it is absolutely junk. And I think this is what's causing my camera issues, for my cameras to keep blacking out. Obviously there's 7 ports on there, and I think what it is, it's trying to take too much information. So I've ordered one, a much better one, of eBay, but it's not going to get to after Christmas now, because obviously today being the last day being Christmas Eve, except for in where is it? Sweden, it's actually Christmas Day. So obviously Mr. MK was streaming last night, absolutely legend. I fell off the chair through laughing because trying to sort the robot out, I think it was running into this is welcome to my world. I mean, this is the reasons why when I run into problems I'll start running into it. So yeah, what I've done, I shopped to Argos quickly and bought a four-way USB hub, and it seems to be a lot better because for some reason even my microphone, the DJ microphone, wouldn't even work. So I don't know. I think it was due to that hub just causing issues. So the other one's only got 4, where this one's got the one I got from AliExpress has got 7. So I think where that's been a cheaper brand, it partly works, but it's not great. So obviously I thought straight away I'll give this new one a try. Hopefully this, I mean, it's a USB type 3, so hopefully it'd be better. So what I want to come back to today, it's not for the Xbox, because obviously I put LEDs in this, but I'm not happy with the way the LEDs are. These are a right cheap LED kit that's in this, and already it's showing signs of problems with the LEDs. So I'm going to come back to that at a later date, because I've put the LEDs in, they're all strapped in at the side, but I'm not overly impressed with them. So they will be coming back out, which I will do on this video, because I've already done the mod inside to adapt to them. But I want to come back to the Grundig, because today I won, well, it was actually on the bidding day where they was doing the multi-stream for the charity. Obviously I was out with my friends, so it was a lads' night on that front. So and I did manage to win the bid on another Grundig, identical but with the same problem. So I'm hoping to salvage bits from this one to put onto that one to make one good enough, because parts for this are not easy to get, like all retro stuff is not. So I have to cover it up because it's obviously got my details. So what I'm going to do, put that on there, zoom that up, and hopefully I can cut into this and find out, because I've not looked at this, but apparently the mini disc works but the CD player don't. It must be a common failure with most of these with these, especially with this type of model. It seems to be suffering it. Ozzy, thank you there. Yes, Merry Christmas, Ozzy. I forgot, it's actually Christmas Day for you, isn't it? In Australia. Yeah, your mic's very low. Right, let me see if I can sort the mic out. I'll turn the gain up a bit, so hopefully, let's see if I can turn it all the way up. That seems to be hopefully that now seems to be okay. But I did turn it up, my friend. Hopefully that might be a little bit better on that front there. So, oh, that's cool. That's better, man. Thanks. Obviously, I've got to muck around with all the bloody settings. That's much better. Cool. So, yes, I won this on eBay. So it is another Grundig Combi, but obviously this one, it's got the exact same problem. Bad drive. So I might be able to salvage 2 into 1 to make one up, because obviously to get these bloody things working is an absolute nightmare on that front. So yes, I forgot, Australia is obviously being 15 hours or something like that in front of the UK. So it's something like that. It's obviously Christmas over there. So I mean, in the UK, obviously it's Christmas Eve. So now I watched Mr. MK. Yeah, did it come? No, unfortunately, none of these come with remote control, Stu. 11 hours. Thank you, Aussie. 11 hours. So it would have still made you. It would have been. It's still being Christmas Day over where you are. At the front. So yes. Obviously, looking at this front. Let's see if I can peel this off. Everyone was on MK's site last night trying to fix the robot. Absolutely hilarious as usual. There you go. I pulled the label off so you can't see it. Much better. Now, obviously, this was one of the cogs that Mr. Pico tried to repair. And as we all know, that this had a nasty split. And he done a fantastic job. That goes off to him. So, yeah, Mr. MK, thank you for part. You are a legend, sir. Thank you. You are the best entertainer I've ever come across. You are so funny, especially when you have a few glasses. I was sitting on that chair last night. The Furbies, exactly. the Furby revenge is coming back. Actually, I'll stop, my friend. Don't worry. I was seeing you with the robot last night. You know, things were pinging off left, right, and centre. Legendary, sir. Absolutely legendary. So yes, as I was just mentioning, Mr. MK, I'm in the same boat as you. Getting parts for retro stuff is very, very difficult. You have to buy a complete one to salvage to make another one up, that includes retro toys as well at the end of it. So my heart condolences, sir. I know exactly where you are coming from. And yes, I did love the stream. I mean, your issue with what you've got at the moment is just trying to find out where all them wires go. So it seems simply you just need to just trace back or look, separate the wires. If that was me in a situation, I'd separate the wires and try to work out where them wires would go back onto that board. Obviously, it was a switch issue. So, good. That was a good shout out from that point. Because obviously, that's exactly the first thing I would have checked was bring that switch. But yes, yeah, I've had a blast. It's a good idea. Yes. So hopefully, fingers crossed that you will try to get that sorted. So, you've done well, very well so far. Obviously, as I said in the stream, these things are not easy to repair. I said this to Mr. Pico, and I did stress this. I think retro stuff, regardless that it's nice to see, it's much more difficult because one, obviously there's more stuff in, like it's not like a modern Xbox or controller or anything like that. You can just look at chips. Retro stuff's got much more, it's more sort of old school stuff. So you've got more mechanical as well as electrical. I find it's much more challenging, which I've come across, which that's what this is. Obviously, I've had to buy a complete one of this, even though this one's busted as well on this one, but I only want the drive. So hopefully, I might be able to salvage and make one up. That's what I'm aiming. I'll say one thing, they packaged this up well. Perhaps I took this out the wrong way. I think I did, to be honest. What's this? It's give me a blanket. Oh, that's nice. It smells a bit musky. And please don't say I'm going to lick it, because I'm not going to lick it, right? So, it smells, that is really musky. It's got a right musky smell. I mean, it's nice, but it adds to the sort of whilst aimed on it. I mean, if I had smell-o-vision, you could smell this has been up in the loft or somewhere that's been damp. Good Lord. Seriously. So, lick it and sniff it. Mr. NK, yes, I will try, sir. Anything for best entertainment. Right, now, obviously, Jesus. Right, obviously that box is empty. Oh, he did leave me a surprise. He did leave the plug on it. Jesus. That actually tug it, yes, sniff it, and then dug it, yes. It's a free COVID blanket. Thanks, Michael. I think definitely there, my friend. I am now going to have to go and wear a full face mask and sort of like, you know, full gear. Breathing apparatus, mask, gloves, you name it, even the goggles. We'll have to wear it now. Essential. I'm frightened to actually touch that blanket. Or whatever it is. Whatever it is, it's very nasty. Yes. So it's a free COVID break for every auction win. Definitely. You buy one, you get one free. You know what I'm saying? eBay has to give you something in return, regardless. Well, one good aspect, I was bubble wrap short, but not anymore. So, I don't mind. But this has got the exact same problem as my one. So, yes, and you get one infection free. Yes. I mean, it's not an eBay listing. It's not an actual eBay listing if you don't get free COVID. So there you go. Yeah, hazard suit. Yeah, flamethrower. Thank you, Mr. NK. I totally agree with you there, sir. Absolutely. Oh, this one's got some nasty scratches on the top. But obviously, now he said, yes. Obviously, does this? Shall I give it a sniff test? Let's give it a sniff test. Let's see if we can. No musk there. No, absolutely fine with that front. Obviously, I don't know what's gone on there at the front there. What's happened there? Let me just wipe that screen. It looks a bit hazed. He didn't put that in the description on that front. Does it come out? Well, that's a stain. He didn't put that in there, but you can actually see it. Look, it's like a stain. I might be able to polish that out actually on that front. Now, obviously, let's plug this in and see what we actually get. So obviously we get 0. Now I can actually hear it. He didn't say that. That could just be a belt, you know. Let me just put in a CD, right? Now he said the door wouldn't. Obviously, he said the door wouldn't eject. It was stuck. But he said it wouldn't read. But it doesn't matter. I've got a full working laser. So it sort of works. The main thing is, the issue that I've got was this was split. So this is the main cog that drives this plate. So obviously Mr. Pico did try and do his best. But as I've known, that this has got a warp where obviously he's had to heat shrink it, put, sort of like staples in this. And obviously you can see that this has been right butchered about. I mean, it's a shame it's got to the point, but even so, if this still doesn't read, yeah, it looks like it's it's the devil's anchovy seal. Yes, that thing breaks. If that thing breaks, rest in peace. Yes, totally agree with you there, Mr. Michael Dillemy. Yes, thank you for reminding me. It will definitely be rest in pieces. So. Now, I'm going to take a bit of Elvis, right? Let's see if Elvis can be picked up. I mean, he may come back from the dead. We never know. But Oh, well, that's an issue straight away. The button's broke on the open and close. Yes. If you force it right in, it picks up. Does it play? Now he said this don't play. Right, no, it's detected the disc, but it's not spinning. Ah, because it needs to be sitting down. And she's working. This disc is actually working. So we've got a few little issues. So regardless, well, we've got a broken switch. That switch is broken on this side. Obviously, I'm pressing this button, and it's obviously not ejecting, but it is detecting the disc in full. So I think what I need to do, right? I can't even open this up now, isn't it? The button is complete. I think the button's shot on this one. So obviously we've got an issue, partly the issue. Let me just try a mini disc on this, and just to confirm, obviously you've got to select it over. You've got a mini disc option on here. So where is it? Yeah. So you've got mini disc, and what you have to do, you have to slide it over and then tell it on the front which one you have, because it's a dual one on there. Yeah, so, but the button is definitely 100% broken. It's not even ejecting. So all right, well that's going to cause a problem. So all right, one thing at a time. The main thing is, he said it wouldn't play the discs and it wouldn't eject. Well, I can't wonder at it. So this, to me, the laser assembly is good. So I might not even have to swap. It looks like it just be simple task as changing the belt and swapping out that. And I think we're near enough there. Put it. Yeah, never mind the brand. Yes, it's a nice big fat switch. Yeah, she has got a nice big fat switch on this one up front. It's actually surprising well that, yeah, we've got buttons. It's a shame I ain't got the remote. But as Mr. Pico said, because obviously Mr. Pico deals with recycling, he does get a load of remotes. So I'll have to give him the model number, and he might be able to pass one my way to actually see if he can find me that. So yeah, I've never heard of that brand. Yes, Grundig. Grundig has been going around since I would say since the could be very early 80s. Very early 80s on that front. So, what do I want? Mini disc, yes. Oh God. Right. No, I also need, yes, this one here. Yeah. Obviously, you're not seeing things, but so we have got this one, which this was mine. So really, to be totally honest, I mean, it is sort of working, but you've got to weigh up which one is more in better nick in the two, because obviously having two of these, I mean, what's the chances are having the exact same problem? This is probably what originally had before this one broke. I'm thinking that's what exactly, and then someone tried to take this apart and then butchered it and then completely broke it. But Mr. Pico, that goes off to him. Literally legendary to try to repair that. That had a massive split, but I think what this has done, this is warped and it's not engaging all the gears. Yeah, I'm sorry that you've had to say that. That's what I said. You've had to pay for that. Yeah. Unfortunately, yes, cost me £50 because you can't get the parts for it. I mean, for the sake of it, I mean, even if I could have got one of these 3D printed somewhere, I would still like to give it a go, because Mr. Pico's done a wonderful job trying to repair the cage. That's still a good price. I totally agree with you there, Stu. I mean, to be honest, restoring one of these as Mr. Pico pointed out, even at £50, there's another one on there for £70 with it's got the same problem. No ejection, but it won't even recognise a disc. Where this one, all these... Actually, let me get the listing up and I can tell you exactly what this... Yeah, to sell the mini disc player for parts and make back some money. Do you know what? This is what Mr. Pico does. Obviously, I don't know if you guys are actually aware. I watched one of his podcasts last night, going back because no one else, after Mr. MK was streaming, which I found, I nearly fell off the chair through laughing. Absolute legend. My hat goes off to you, sir. You are the funniest bloke ever. Obviously, with the robot, everyone was, you know, and then the Furbies come out. Obviously, I've given him nightmares now, which I apologise in advance, Mr. MK. I didn't mean to give you nightmares about that poor Furby at the end of the day. So the robot got nearly butchered in the process. It was literally dissected in parts, which they're not the easiest. I've worked with retro toys, so so yes, sir, I know exactly where you're coming from on that front. But I've always said more wine. It has to be more wine because obviously the wine is obviously gets things going, gets the juices flowing, and you get more creative because then you start thinking, let's do this, let's do voltage injection and get the robot up and running. But you never know, we could all be robots. I'm just saying, you know, there's a strong possibility. Definitely, which helps to sort of. I totally agree. See, Michael, actually, you're thinking right there, my friend. Just like Mr. MK. Totally see. Get the glass of wine. I can't drink because obviously I'm on a lot of medication. So I would love to join, but I'm afraid if I did that, I'd be pointing, flipping like a fish, and then next minute the ambulance would be carting me away. So no, not ideal on that front. So let me just find the listing and I'll show you exactly what I paid for this and what the problem was. So, oh my God, that is actually, yes, right, eBay. Why is everything so difficult? Right, sign out. Obviously, I've got to sign back in and sign in. Got obviously, oh Jesus. Right, so obviously I've got to have Bronson's. I've got three. Obviously, I've got 3 lots of stuff for sale because quite a lot of it is for charities and that front. So yes, inbox, my eBay purchases. There you go. I did get this a little bit cheaper. Now I can bring up the original listing. I paid £50 with all the added fees. So obviously this was the listing. It was up to £50, and I could actually say, let's read the full listing. The full listing is in scratches on top and some marks, right? That's all it says. And there's some rust on the back panel. And the mini disc actually, it said it is working, although functionality is likely that recording is not tested. So he's not tested the mini disc to see if it records. The CD player is not working. No response when the CD is selected. The tray and the motor cannot be heard, and there's no remote. Thanks for looking. Well, obviously, if he would have just investigated, obviously he didn't put in the listing that the buttons broke, which straight away, well, that's probably why that's not detecting straight away. We've got a button issue here, and by me gently giving it a little nudge, it's actually detected, and it does spin up. So first things first, I think what we should do is I need to, I mean, obviously I want to get this out, but I thought that this might have, oh, here we go. So right, we've got the disc out. And again, it's not going all the way out. Did you notice that? Look. So straight away, this has got to come out a bit more. And it's not coming all the way out. So it sort of works, and that's it. After that, it don't work. Well, it don't matter. I'm going to turn it off. Right. So that was the original listing. So hopefully, this might be a simple swap and see how we get on. Yeah, it sort of needs, yeah. I mean, to be totally honest, I think for the little bit of what we've got going on in here, it's going to need some. I mean, he's obviously not. He said he's got some rust on the back. I've not even checked the back of that, so which I'm going to inspect right now. I can't believe he's given me that manky. He's given me that manky old blanket. I mean, that's definitely going in the trash in the front of there. Yeah. What don't help is my Grundig platform. The wine doesn't help with my Grundig platform. Yes, the Mr. Grass Puddle. I mean, you know, obviously Mr. MK was literally trying to get the flavour, to get the juices going and get the you can use it for self-defense. I totally agree with you, Mr. MK. I totally agree with you there. So yes, it's all in defence, and if no one has not checked. And I'm talking about the lurkers that's obviously lurking in the back. If you have not watched Mr. MK, please do it and go and subscribe, because his channel is legendary. Obviously, I nearly fell off the chair last night, and it was absolutely. Thank you, sir. That did make me that made me laugh. Who needs TV licensing? We don't need TV licensing. Cancel your TV license. Go and subscribe to MK's channel now, because you'll have the best entertainment ever. At the end of the day, unscripted, it's all live. Regardless, it may little bit, it may go wrong, just ever so slight. So yes, please do. It definitely will be. It'll be worth your entertainment, sir. Definitely. So all the lurkers, stop lurking and get and press these buttons. Go and press these buttons. Get subscribed to Mr. MK's channel. Now he said. Oh yeah, I see what he means now. Yeah, he's not kidding. Rust. So we've got rust issues. So obviously straight away, yeah, he wasn't lying in that description. And obviously I've got to the back of it and I think, right, no professional actors here. No professional actors. Yes, all I'm asking is just go and smash Mr. MK's, give him the thumbs up and go and subscribe. That's all I'm asking. I'm not answering the phone. He didn't even bother me last night. I don't get it with him at the end of the day. No, that's in a basket. That's in a invisibility cloak. That's that. Well, Mr. MK, I'm not being funny, sir. Why would you want to? Who'd want to wrap something of that up? I don't even know where that's been. Obviously, I just handled that. I mean, there could be all types of nastiness in that. I mean, I'm just opening the dog's gone out in the kitchen here. Obviously, the dog don't like it. You know, it must be the smell. And I could smell that. I wouldn't even have to put that near my nose. And the smell of that, sir, is astronomical. It's really, really nasty. So, yes, definitely not recommended. That may be that it didn't have a bin for toxic waste. I totally agree with you there, sir. Yes. They've obviously wrapped it up to thinking we'll give you this free of charge. We don't want nothing on it. No, so yes, they just turned around and said you can keep your free toxic blanket. We don't want it. We'll pass it over to you. So we've obviously got. Now this is obviously the exact same model, so I'm not bothered about this side because I know my one walks and it does record. So yes, they just picked it up and used the blanket from the nearest hospital and sucked it back in the car. That's probably come off. Here, don't tell me that's come off some form of patient. I mean, you never know, did they? They're thinking, well, we left it. We left it in a corridor, sitting on the bench somewhere. And someone's thought, do you know what? I could use that to wrap it up, to actually use it. So yes, so they're thinking, I bet we give it to Chill and Relax. Don't worry, Chill and Relax. We've got great efforts for you, sir. We can actually make it to pad it all out so nothing gets broke. But don't worry about the COVID. That's extra. You can have that free of charge. Oh, thank you very much. You know, it's nice to know. So yes, let's get the UV lights on. And well, I was waiting for the disco or for the actual camera to actually go, no, sorry, it's not going to work today. So yeah, definitely. Oh, Stu, get the UV lights on. Yeah, the black. Don't Mr. MK. I have got the ultimate, sir. I have got an UV light, and it is extremely bright at the end of the day. I don't even know where it is, because I use it to do my retro brain. So any germs on that front, actually, I know exactly. Give me 1 minute. I'm hoping that it's not got germs on it. And if that does, that will show up to actually, the UV will actually be a very good test to test it, to see if there's any bugs. No, it's not in there. I thought it'd be on the balcony. I thought, right, let's just test it for the bug zapping operations. And I thought it might actually, but no, I can't find nothing on there. Yeah, you've got to be joking, huh? I can't even find what I was looking for. Obviously, this front room is like, it looks like it's like the Twilight Zone. You put things down, it just disappears. I swear to God, it just disappears. Thinking, no, we don't want it. You can keep that. It's free of charge at the end of the day. I'll have to give that one a wide berth. Chill. It's also entertainment. Yes, it is, sir. Totally agree with you. What was that? I've just touched something on that. The dog's ate it. He's eating. Speaking of the devil, here he is. Here's that big grouper. And don't touch that rotten old blanket, Bronson. That blanket is absolutely. He's sniffing it. The dog's sniffing the actual blanket. I bet he's thinking, oh my God. He's thinking, no, definitely not. Look at you. No, you know what it is, Mr. Stu? Today I've got myself a Savoy. Obviously, it's actually, can I just say, over in Sweden, Merry Christmas. I've just realised it's actually, it's the following day. So it's Merry Christmas. So Merry Christmas, Mr. MK. And who else is in Sweden? I forgot, there's another YouTuber. For 1 minute, it just looks like he's taking up smoking. No, Mr. Stu, sir, it is not. Obviously, I've got this big goofer here, and the goofer is really Bronson. They're obviously. So yeah, Mr. Bronson obviously knows that there's a sausage in here on that front. Oh, the sausage. The sausage is cold. Now, they're puppies. Now, Mr. MK, do you actually have in Sweden? Do you have Savoys? I mean, obviously Bronson's going mad for a Savoy in that front. No, it's too late. He's at half of me sausage. Oh, for crying out loud! He's set off me tongue. Oh well, I was just showing off my sausage, and the dogs decided to bite me sausage. Oh well, that went down well, didn't it? So obviously, no, Bronson's not supposed to have design for eating Savoys for some reason. I've never heard of it, but it may have one. Well, I could send you one over, but it might be a bit green the time you receive it, sir. So yeah, take your tip off. Well, I did do Stu, but unfortunately, he's literally. I didn't expect him to bite the tip, so he's bit off me sausage. Oh Jesus! The sausage is cold. Yeah, that's the old disappearing sausage trick. Yes, it is. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, it is. This is obviously. It's got other bits in it. I'd rather send a Furby. If I try sending this through to the post, sir, you're not going to get it in time, and it might be a bit cold, and it will definitely be a bit green. So obviously, please put your details in below, and I will send you one over. But just scrape off the green bits, you'll be fine. It should be fine. If the postman will go, cool, that package smells nice. What's in that? You're thinking, oh no. You're thinking, but yes, you can actually peel the skin off these. So on the several, I'm not a lover of these things, but they're all right. They're actually they're a bit savoury. on this front. Don't ask me what's inside sausages. It's got some form of texture, but I couldn't tell you what it is. But obviously, if you went out on the nightclubs or went out on a bender with your friends, obviously drinking about 20 pints, a Savoy bag of chips is always all you need. And the next minute, it's all back up on the ground. So you're just thinking, why do I bother? You think, thanks a lot. You don't need to remind me. That's about Savoy started in Switzerland. I didn't know that. See, yeah. Also, they're made out of brains. Brains. Oh, thank you, Mr. MK. I really enjoyed that, sir. Thank you for reminding me. Obviously, on that front. Obviously, oh, too late. He's here. What? That's literally. Well, that's actually made it great entertainment on that front. So obviously I've got half a sausage left now because obviously Bronson's took a big chunk out of it. Wasn't really designed to have it for big dogs like him to actually come along thinking, oh, hang on a minute, he'll eat half me sausage. I didn't expect it. Yeah, you should have used your bench power supply and injected voltage on it to warm it up. Do you know what? That's not a bad idea, Chris, on that front. Stu, I'm going to actually I'm going to put that on there and literally inject 60 volts and see where it actually gets. Well, actually, that might be a great idea. For an experimental uses only, right? I will cut a bit of sausage off, sir, and we'll inject the maximum, which my bench power supply will only give off 5 amps and 30 volts. So we'll inject 5 amps and 30 volts to see if we can warm the sausage up. And we give it the bench approval of Mr. Bronson to see if he approves of it or not. Where Mr. MK has to have a nice glass of goodness. I use sparkling and blackcurrant and cherry. Obviously, this is made by Sainsbury's. No added sugar on that front. So, yes, that should be absolutely... now, it starts twitching and make me laugh. Actually, before we start, shall we just give it the bench test why it's stone cold? And I can give you the approval, right? It literally will. I think I have to agree. I have never done an experiment like this before, so this is going to be live. Let's see how this can go badly wrong. Let me just move the bench. Let me move the supply over, because obviously I don't want to end up getting cooked with 5 amps, 30 volts. Now, obviously, Bonson's trying to give it the approval at the end of the day, so let's just see what actually happens. So I'm going to cut a bit of sausage, all right? Let's cut a bit of sausage off. I've got a scalpel here. Well, I did have. Where the friggin' hell is that gone? See? Now I did have a scalpel. Bronson's treading all over the things. Where's that gone? That way I can use a bit of that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut a bit of this off, right? So cut a bit. I'll cut some sausage off. So I've got a bit of sausage there, right? So what we do, we'll put a little bit of sausage on one side, and we'll put a little bit on the other, right? So we've got this issue. So now let's keep an eye. Let's crank it up and let's see if this actually. We're going to go down. We'll crank all the way up to 5, right? And we'll actually go all the way. No, it only goes up to 5100, right? On the amps. So I'm going to crank it all the way up. What we do, we start off at 1 amp, right? And we switch it on. We're pulling on that front. Now, obviously, no warmth at the minute. We'll crank 2. Let's see if 2 amps actually do it. Oh, that's 20 volts. So it's 20 volts. Actually, literally, it's actually not a bad idea. Oh, we're going up a bit. the sausage is not getting warm. So obviously what we need to do then is let's just crank it all the way up. Oh Jesus, I got a shock then. Jesus. Oh, she's going 32 volts. So it's what got 2 and 0.5. So is she going to smoke? Apparently not. Well, that's a disappointment. I did get a shock though off that when I touched it. I think, oh, I felt that. I must have had a bit of moisture in my hands due to the meat content. So yes, but no, she's getting voltage. She's actually connecting, and she's going up ever so slight. Oh, we spiked. 58, 57. There's people as a meat too. Well, she won't go any higher, so she's cranked at 32 volts. So 32 volts on that front. Obviously, we've gone up to 0.59, so she's getting, the meat is cooking, but it's not. It's obviously, you know, we'll come back to that in a minute. But so far, let's just try to see if we can cook a bit of saveloy at that front. Yeah, I probably shouldn't really be poking that, really, to be honest. I should use my mum's toothbrush. It's gone black. So, yes, she was asking the other day. She said, have you seen my toothbrush? No, I've not seen. Mum, I've not used your toothbrush. Don't watch this channel. It's not me. It's obviously not. No, it's no sizzle. Yeah, it's disappointing. But she's creeping up. Obviously, she is creeping up. Oh, we are creeping. We're getting voltage. So obviously we got watts and we got what we got 2 watts there, 2 watts of power, 32 volts, and we cranked all the way up to 5 amps, and there's still no sizzle. What's going on? But this is creeping up. So yes, bit disappointing. I thought that this is what everyone was saying on Mr. MK's things last night. So yeah, you need about 2,000 volts. Mr. Ozzy, if I ever touch that, my friend, I think one, I won't be wearing my glasses no more, and 2, I won't be even sitting where I am. If I had 2,000 volts going through it, I'd be frightened to touch it at that sort of voltage. So even that, you know, this will still give you a kick on that front. So yeah, you have to be careful. Even at 5 amps, cranked up at 5 amps. Obviously, the last thing you want to do is end up with A&E and the ambulance turning up saying, what's the cause of death? Oh, he's mucking about with his bench power supply. Obviously, I ain't even got my new in yet. So, yeah, no, that's just right. It just makes your arm ache. You're thinking, yeah, you're right. I've got this funny tingle and it's going up my arm. You're thinking, oh, yeah. So, yeah, the next minute, you'll be clutching at your chest and thinking, bloody hell, this ain't good. It's all going dark very quickly. What's happening? So yes, the amps are up, but the voltage brings it down. So yeah, it will blow. Well, she is crept up. I mean, regardless, obviously it depends, isn't it? The body doesn't get affected below that sort of aspect, right? Below 5, right? So 50 volts. So yeah, so obviously this is the maximum this can crank it up. But she is creeping up ever so slight, but disappointing. I honestly thought, let's turn it off. Right. Well, we got tooth marks. Oh, we got burn marks. We got burn marks. God, it's been cooking. Oh, no, that is warm, you know. That's warm in the centre. Wow. So that's actually got a burn mark. So it's been burning it. See what I mean? See, this is what voltage injection does. This is why when you're doing voltage injection on boards, be careful what you're doing voltage injection. Obviously, this is being processed meat. At the end of the day, it's obviously cooked that bit. It's turned it black. I've never seen that. Yeah, chef's privileges. I totally agree there, Stu. 100%, sir. So we have got chef's privileges. So yes, even at that, Let's cut that back. Yeah, it's even done the back as well. Wow. I'm not going to give this to the dog, obviously. It's like, you know, that bit's gone. That's, do you know what? Even that goes to show, yeah, the brains, the brains cook easily. They sure do there, Mr. Aussie, sir. Yes, totally agree with you. So that proves to what I said all along. Mucking around with high voltages. Can you imagine what Mr. Aussie just recommended? 2,000 volts. What do you think that would do to your brains? That would definitely be more than the cooking stage. Obviously, I'm a bit sort of touchy. Bronson, get out of it, you goofer. I haven't got nothing. Obviously, so that proves it. Even at that type of voltage, right? That still cooks it. Even at that, ever so slight. Oh, you glued me up. You just glued me up all up the arm. So even at that, you still have to be careful. So this is reasons why when Joey and everyone else does voltage injection around near components, you can see why now you can't go no more than 1 amp. Because obviously it's going to cook the board on that front. So, yes, you can imagine on things like this. Yeah, I've had over 20... that stung. Wow. 25,000 volts and that stung. I'm actually, to be honest, I'm amazed you're actually here to tell the tale, to be honest, because that's obviously a seriously 25,000 volts that you're going to know all about it. So yeah, thanks Aussie for sharing that. Wonderful saying that, Mr. Aussie. Please everyone, don't muck around with high voltage, even at low voltage. Obviously, you just see what it done, a bit of processed meat. So, can you imagine what that would do to you? Historically, amount of voltage, yes. So, yes, totally agree. Mucking around with high voltages. So, everyone was recommended Mr. MK last night. Please crank her up to 60. Lucky enough, his power meter didn't go all the way up to that point anyway, because otherwise he would have got cooked in the process, which I wouldn't have liked to see. But it would have definitely killed the robots for the sake of it. So you just see what he did do. You just see what he did to a bit of processed meat, and it weren't on for long. So, and that was cranked up to the max. So, Mr. MK, did you manage to finish your Christmas tree, sir? I meant to ask you. Oh. Bronson, you're gluing me up. Oh, it's glue. Oh, that dog. Why do big dogs drool all the time? It's absolutely, I don't know what's on here. It's actually rancid. Obviously, I've got to take the front off this because you can't get to it. Right, put that one up there. So, I don't know what's up on there, but I've just put my hand on it. It's nasty. It is really nice. So, even though he said that this has got, it doesn't detect, that's definitely, that's a defibrillator. That's what should be wired to the heart around about, even at 1,000 volts. Wow. Yeah, I suppose it would do. I suppose it to shock the heart back into it. If you're lucky, I had 230 at 32 amps. Now, see, and that blew me across the room. So, to be honest, you was very, very lucky, sir, because high voltage, obviously, even at 230, it's obviously what's give it is the amps that obviously it's give you the nasty bang. So yes, not recommended, sir, for really mucking around. This is what I said to you, mucking around with voltages. You've got to be really, really careful. Voltage, this is why it's all right doing repairs, but the biggest issue is what we're dealing with. Regardless that, oh, I dropped a screw. Oh, where's that gone? Oh, I'll find it in a minute. Dropped one on the floor. Now, electrician by trade, so I should have checked it before I turned it. Oh, right, okay, my friend. So, rookie mistake there. So, there you go. Even from Mr. Stu himself. Obviously, electrician by trade, but there's a lesson to be learned. Yeah, that's a good lesson to learn from. Yeah, but you're lucky to learn it because you might not have been here to tell the tale, obviously. That will give you such a kick. The trouble is, you'd have only had to have that if that was direct current. That wouldn't have let go. That's the good thing is we use AC because obviously alternating current it pulsates. It's not direct current. Whereas is sine wave with electricity, direct current is flatlined. So obviously that wouldn't let go. That would just keep the power constantly going until you shut the power source off. So yeah, probably you're very lucky on that front. So, but like you said, this is what happens. Yeah, I blame the plasterers. You can blame the plasterers too. We've got to blame someone. Blame the plasterers on that. We don't. Obviously, someone's got to be at fault. And it's obviously they didn't say, yeah, well, it wasn't me. Well, clearly not, you know. But this is what happens. literally had to blame someone, blame the plasterers. So I've got to take these off. I've got to pull these ones off on here. So I've got them fucking things you got to. You got to, because otherwise this won't come out. Oh, I think I know the reasons why. If I remember correctly, you've got to switch this on. I wanted to try and eject it. Oh, just turn it off. No, it ain't happening. I thought I could have got that out. Because you've got to take all this off, but to get to it, because this has got the drawer. The drawer needs to come off first to get to it. That's what I wanted to get to see if I can try. Cool. Right, so that's what you have to do. So you have to take this off, then switch it back off. Now she comes off. Otherwise you can't get these off. Everything has to be done in sequence. Now I just pushed on that, and that, yeah, so we've got an issue with the back bit on this, but I'm not bothered. But I will try to Can we I don't think I might have to take all this out, because all I really want to get to is just this mechanism on this front. So and if I remember correctly, we have to take out this one. No, where is it? It's one of these that goes underneath, because we got a ribbon. So this is obviously the ribbon, the one we took out last time. And we got the screws down here to take the mechanism out. So this one, I want to compare why the other one was loose compared to this one. It's not been tampered with. So now you can actually get to see what was actually wrong with the other one. And that's what I wanted to do. So we got a leaf in there, so we found something. So what I'm going to do is these just pull out. We've got a cable underneath here, cool, and we got a cable underneath this one, which is cool. So now she's out, right? So that's one good aspect. We have now disabled this. So if I try plugging this in now, you'll just get the CD will just, what will happen, and I'll show you what will happen. So now obviously there's no CD, it's unplugged, right? So if I switch her on, it will just come up open because it's obviously got an open circuit and it can't see, because if you go to play, it will just sit there and it will try to play something, obviously because there's no ribbon cable connected, because it's all up here. So, and that's exactly the issue that I've got on mine. If you remember correctly, when I did try this last time, it come up open even though it was plugged in. So it wasn't detecting that it was closing the circuit, because obviously I know the reasons why. It was not that because I plugged it in wrong, it's just that the drawer weren't sitting back. These have got sensors, and if these sensors ain't touching, obviously because the gear couldn't engage it and lower it down to get it into the engagement mechanism, then it doesn't then talk to the ribbon to actually go back into. These will have like processing chips up here, and they've got another one underneath the board which I can't get to. It's on the second layer board, and this is what talks to it to tell it to disengage, and then comes up CD. It's not much in it, to be totally honest, so it's self-explanatory. Obviously this being hot up here, they put a protective layer. I won't be touching that because that's pure live, but well, I really shouldn't be touching it because, but it is live. I'm not going to lick it to try and find out, but again, that just sit there open. So I know for a fact that this has got the exact problem now of what my one originally was. So that is what we could do now. Then is I'm going to put all these in a bag and then bring my one out and swap my one over. Now my one works and records. Now on here he actually did say he actually turned around and said that he didn't try it on the record function, but he did play on a mini disc. So all the mini screws in one bag. Obviously I've dropped one out on the bloody floor, that don't help. I'll have to find that. So screws, cool. All I want is this, because I want to now compete that against mine. And I can put all of the lid back on this, just ever so slightly. Oh. There's been liquid on this because I can feel it. It's on my hands, which I don't know what that is. I wouldn't say this was in the best condition anyway to start with. Obviously, I'm not saying that my polisher, I'll get my polisher out and I'll give it a go. I won't get them scratches out because I can feel it with my finger, but it will get all these all these little pits. I mean, you can see it, like, that will get all that out. That polish will take all of that, grind it and take it right back to the paintwork. So let me get rid of that one. And while I'm down here, where's that bloody screw gone? Oh, here it is. Here we go. Yeah, let's put that in there so I don't lose it. Cool. Right. Obviously, my drive is being disconnected completely. Is anyone else streaming? Oh, Bronson, what on earth have you done to me? It's all glue all up my trousers. Oh, that dog. He glues me up all the time. Is there anyone else on the stream? This is the only thing. This is why I'm getting to the point where I don't feel like it's worth streaming. Obviously, I noticed that lately mine's took a right dive in streaming wise. I can only put it down to, obviously my streams are not interesting like everyone else's. I try to make it interesting, but it's difficult. It is difficult. Mind you, it's Christmas Eve, isn't it? But I've known Christmas Eve on that front, and so yeah, well, obviously I've got all the bag a bit. What's in here then? Oh, the laser. So I might not even have to change the laser on this front then, by the sounds of it. So this is obviously straight away glass panel. No, it's a bad stream. I blame the plasters. I have a bunch of Xboxes and LED mods to do. Oh right. Oh nice. What ones you doing, Mike? Or you talking about the 360s or the original OGs? Obviously, I've got to do mine. I think my LEDs, that LED kit is just pony. I'm taking it off. I'm not happy with it. Oh, the 360 Slims. I've got a bunch of them over there, my friend. I've obviously look at my poor front room. I've got my Christmas tree, you know, even switched on. I've got a bunch of stuff over there. Most of these are all unfinished projects because I can't get parts for. But I'm waiting to do it after Christmas. That's just some. Obviously, I've got a box of broken consoles there. I've not even got. Obviously, I've got round to doing some of them on that front. Who was in the Discord? Who actually bought one of the arcade one-ups? Was it Chris? Chris F. He bought. I think that's what he's bought. I don't know if he's actually bought. He's got the Star Wars one. Yeah, consoles are everywhere. Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah, I'm sure one of them did show in a Discord that he bought an arcade one-up, and it was the Star Wars. That's the one I put together. It takes me 4 hours putting them together. They're an absolute nightmare. Obviously, my one, the Dragon's Lair, that was even more complicated. Hello, Lurkin. Hello, Lurkin. Yeah. Oh no, it's Mr. Chris. No, it wasn't me. Oh, someone's bought one in the Discord team. I didn't know. I thought it was you, my friend. I forgot who's actually. But oh, nice little touch. These are the screws. Oh, right, okay, put them in there. You're Chris. So yes, Mr. Chris is in your house, if you want. So now, obviously, I've just found something. Right, look, these have all got number 4 written on them. Can you see that? Look, you've got a 4 there in the lettering, and this one's got a 4 as well. So I wonder what was missing. Ah, there you go. So there was something broke. So straight away, I said, there's some bits missing off this, right? And I wanted to compete what was actually missing. And I've just found what's not got the guidance. I said to you, didn't I? Now with my one, right, I know that these do move about. So nothing's missing up here, right? So we have got, like, the track moves. But I have noticed that the guides on these, they've got like little pins going down on the feet to actually keep this guided. But this one hasn't got it, obviously, because it was broke. The back two have. The back two have got it. But I still put it down to the issue being here. Obviously, I'm going to swap the belt out because the belt on this one is not pulling properly. It's probably stretched. So what I need to do is... Well, that's a lot. How the friggin' hell am I going to try and get round to that? Obviously, I can use... They look like they've also put like cable ties and strapped all of that in to stop this from moving about too much and breaking the ribbon. Yeah, that's a really mucking around with them CD mechanisms. I mean, that's a prime example of what you're up against. All the status on the hub. Right, okay. So yeah, I don't know the I don't know who ordered that thing on it. So that arcade one up. Merry Christmas, Carfor. Yes, Mr. Carfor is in Sweden. Merry Christmas, sir. I realise it's obviously it's Christmas Eve over in the UK. Merry Christmas to you, sir. I hope you have a wonderful day. At the end of that, I actually forgot because obviously being in front. So, Mr. MK and Mr. Carfor in Sweden. So, yes. Hope everyone's having a pleasant, peaceful, and not too boring Boxing Day. It's a boring day, yeah, because obviously it's Christmas Eve, and well, it's one good aspect. It's a good time to get to have a drink, isn't it? Obviously not for the likes of me. It's not. I can't have one. I'll just go around burning sausages. It's literally, but try to do a bit of voltage injection. Voltage injection don't take two kinds of Savaloys for some reason. So yeah, but yeah, we got there and wanted to see if what actually happens. I'm glad I wasn't holding that. Obviously, that would have got a bit hot for me on that front. So yeah, what I've got to do, I've got to try to lose. I've got to try and. There you go. So what we might be able to do is that I might be able to swap that belt over. Get that belt swapped over. Obviously, this is the belt issue that I've got. Yeah, there you go. That's the reasons why that belt is having issues of undoing the drive. So what I'm going to do is nip this one off while this one's off. And there's the difference. Obviously, it's not great, but it's a lot better than that. So we obviously got an overall issue here with that being egg-shaped. Now, I could put that in a little bit of a hot water situation, try and get the tension back. But that's going to be a lot better. Good luck trying to get this put back in, because if you remember correctly, I tried this one before. I was just really incredibly lucky. Now this is where I might need my little torch to see if I could just sort of nip in. Yeah, that belt is that belt's got it's obviously that belt is sort of like it's been looks like it's been tortured on that point, because again, I don't think a belt should be like that, where it's supposed to be more. Even that, it's not perfectly round, but it's a lot better than that. Obviously, didn't know if anyone was aware that Mr. Chris Rea actually passed away yesterday. It's rather sad. Obviously, I love these songs. Driving Home for Christmas. Obviously, wasn't intended. That's why he made that song when he was driving back from his girlfriend's. Classic song. Let me grab my torch. Yeah. Oh God, this is going to be fun, isn't it? I might be able to get it from this angle. I've got to get it down in there, right where behind that white wheel. So let me see if I can just put that there. That's it, and then I might be able to see where I'm. Right, that's on. She's on. Yay! Right, cool. So what we can do now is I can take this out. Obviously this is, I strapped everything down because of, you know, due to the issues it's got. Now I might not have to take all this off because all I've got to basically do, I've got one plug to plug in, I've got one plug to plug in there, so it's only got 2 plugs and this cable, and that should put it back. So what I need now then is the wires. Well, that might be a bit of an issue because where's the wires? I did have the 2 plugs. And we won't have to keep hearing Christmas songs either. So hopefully, once we got New Year out of the way, so I know this laser is good. Right, I'll do it. Now, we did have another cable which went to here, and that one comes off this one. So we pinched this one off this one. That one went onto that laser. Now this is what I'm saying. Obviously the community's been really great trying to help out. Obviously, but when I looked at the replacement to try and get another one of these, the cage, they actually do sell them, but there is difference in variations. Obviously this bit looked the same, but this bit was different slightly to power it up. But lucky enough, this might have done the job in the front, so, and it did see that it did try to play the CD. So I'm going to have to try and put this in first because it looks like I've got to do that. There you go, she's in. Well, that is, oh god, this is getting tricky. Holy smokes! You've got to get one. You've got to get one bit in first. So this one's got to go over to this side, which has got to be plugged into this one. No, right, hold up, because there's something's not right here. Right, I think one of these reeds is wrong, and I think that one of these is actually longer than the other, and it is. So this one being the longer one. No, that was the right one. Ah, one. Right, so right, I did. So the issue is one. This one goes up this this top end. This one goes up to the other end. Right, okay. Obviously, this is why I say it's crucial to try and take notice of orientation of where these bloody wires go. They're not the easiest. Obviously, this being the front end and all, so this is the back end. It's obviously the ribbon. So I'm going to get this put one in first. If she wants to go in, she does. So I'll clip that one in. Right. I'm going to put this one in because this one's a shorter one, and now I can put the ribbon. And that should, I'll be really careful. There you go. There you go. Right, hooked in. Are we all hooked in? We are. That's in. That one's in. Ribbon's in. That's tucked down. We can clip the front on. I don't like the idea of the way these fronts go. They feel right flimsy. I mean, look, even this, it's just, what was I thinking about? I wouldn't say this was a well-built machine, far from it. But for what they hold their money very, obviously, not. What I'm going to do, I'm going to plug her in, right, because I'm not bolted any of this down yet, so. Now this one is obviously a lot more cleaner, but we have got right. So yeah. It feels like it wants to, it's forcing out, right? It's forcing the drawer out, it ain't going back in, which is not great. I've got the mini discs in this one. That's what I was trying to bloody look for. Right, let's put it on CD. It's come up no CD. No, it's forcing the drawer out. It's not, the mechanism's not cutting off for some reason. Now, why is that doing that? There's got to be a reason. And I thought, right, well, nothing else is really holding that in. There shouldn't be nothing really anchoring that down. The whole thing is flimsy. It's not great, is it? I mean, to be totally honest, they're not the best on the way this was designed to start with. Like there, it's like it's jamming. It should be doing that. Right, okay. Turn it off. Take this back off. Right. This is the reasons why it's vital to check, make sure, like there. I think it's all to do with this timed cog thing again. They're right, it's like you said, Mr. Ozzy, they're flimsy as hell. They're not the, these ain't the greatest of machines. I mean, for what they're charging is astronomical. Right, let's try that again. Right, switched on. That's better. That's better. Is she going to spin up? She's opening and shutting there. But not spinning. Yeah, that's interesting. And it's actually on CD. It's coming up no disc. And up front. Now, this is the reasons why that this could have the original problem. Just like what it was stated. Obviously, that belt's helped. And the engagement's working. It goes to spin, then doesn't spin. So now, could this be now the original point? But then it was partly working on the other one. I don't get this. This is how finicky the whole thing. Yeah, you know, it just might need a lens wipe maybe. Well, actually, to me, it tried to engage the spin there. I mean, all I've done was change the belt, obviously, which it really did need changing. That should have just been a simple swap. Obviously, I'll have to be careful here because this has got the it's live up here. These say this is all the cold end. This is the hot end up here, so yeah, let's get a cotton swab and just give that a little clean with a little bit of drop of IPA. I think you might be right. Obviously, it's now coming up open. It's them bloody time cogs. Them cogs, they've got to engage. Where's that torch? There's nothing come off it. So, let's try it again. No. Now, would that be part of, are these lasers backward compatible? This is what I'm worried about. Because before, it's the same with the PlayStations and the Xboxes. At the end of the day, this is why the Xboxes, you have to swap the boards over. It'll play a DVD, but it won't play the game. Obviously, because the board's married up. Obviously, it's got the BIOS chip that talks with it. And it's all part of the hypervisor, how it all talks to the system itself. This could actually be the same way. It might work in the other system, but this one, it might not see it. I've not known it to, but then I don't know the encoding of how they've done all this on that front. I mean, lucky enough, it's not a problem. I'll just swap it over, unless there's like a fault in a driver circuit. There's a strong possibility on that front. Yeah, check if there's voltage on it. There must be, because the issue that these have obviously got, unless it could be the ribbon that's not making all the connect. Oh, mind you, look at that. No, should be all right. That one's not great. That ribbon cable. That ribbon cable's not the greatest. I mean, it is. We have got a pot there. There's a pot right in the centre. So there's a potentiometer that we could, engage in it. I mean, that obviously turns, but obviously, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just pull it in at there. I wonder if it could just be not correctly inserted onto that ribbon. and we'll just give it a little bit of and just quickly test it. Because again, if these ain't inserted all the way, I know what these are like. No. No. You want my honest opinion? I think this has got of what the Xboxes and PlayStations have got. I reckon that laser's married something, or that board has got a completely different layer. I've never had that before. It worked on the other machine, so I'm going to switch her off and then disengage it. Right, take these out because I can leave the cables into the other thing. And I reckon the issue is this. There's got to be something on there that it don't like on this board. But lucky enough, my one does work. So for the sake of science, just swap it over, be done. Yeah, can you show us the end of it? Yeah, of course I can. So the end of that ribbon, we've got one dark mark on the corner of that. Let me put the E-Kings camera on and I can show you. So let me go to the E-Kings on that front, and then I can switch it over, and you can have a look at it yourself. The cables, yeah, the cable's stressed. That's what I was thinking. But it spun a little bit. But it's the correct way of actually putting it in. Here's the E-King. So let me switch this over. And I'm going to switch this on so you guys can see. And we can then show you the cable. I'll turn it up. Because sometimes, right there, you see that pin? I reckon that one's got like a mark on it. Yeah, I reckon it could be. What I'm going to do, right? I want to prove a point. I'll take this cable out and just swap it over, right? And just have a quick look to see if that is the case on it, because like you said. Oh yeah, we're back up and running. All right. Again, DJI's literally just decided to mute itself on that front for no apparent reason, without even me touching it. See how many things are screwed up. They're absolutely unbelievable. That front. So I don't get it with my friend. I know he's got mental health issues, but if I can't answer the phone, he still tries to ring. Yeah, he wanted me to go and play Elite yesterday, and then he decided right at the last minute, oh, I can't do it tonight. But now he expects me to do it, and I'm halfway doing this, I want to finish these bloody projects. Message retracted. Chris is taking his messages back. That's it. Right, now we can put these back on. Right, hold up a minute. One's come up here, isn't it? Ah, there you go. So we got this one up here. Right, so again, same thing, right? All I've done was just swap the cable out, right? So let's put this back up, try this again. Now the cable's been swapped over. No. Well, that's definitely interesting. But the eject button does work, so which it works beautiful. The only thing I can put that down to on that front is that it's literally got to be hold up a minute. You know what I might have done, guys? I might have put this cable upside down. I think that's what's happened. It's a simple task. It's not making connection. I've just seen it. The cable's gone in the wrong way at the top. Right, I'll thread that through. I think, you know, rookie mistake. Rule number one. I think we're all good. Right, let's try it again. The cable's now the right way. I think she's good. I think she might actually be. But the cable was plugged in the right way there, so I don't understand the reasons why. No. Mr. Pico! Thank you for joining, my friend. No, we've still got an issue. So, 100% the laser is not working on this, which it did on the other one. Strange. So I'm going to have to swap the entire laser mechanism over. So that means the laser's got an encoder chip on it that's not compatible on this board for some reason. Why, I do not know. Which is really, really bizarre. I've never had that, to be totally honest. So what I'll do, I'll unplug this. So it's not the cable. We've ruled out the cable. I thought like it might have been because of this. No, it's not. So obviously the laser worked on the other one, don't work on here. Well, that's weird. Mr. Pico's in here. Mr. Pico, I was watching some of your podcasts last night. Very interesting, sir. Obviously, you went into the line of business of selling stuff on eBay and then give up eBay. And now you've become on that. Yeah, if you guys ain't watched it, please do. Go and watch Mr. Pico's podcast. Obviously, it's a very interesting documentary of obviously what made him inspired of actually getting into that type of line of work. And I totally agree. It's obviously that's the only thing when you're buying big pallets of stuff and then it's turning all up at your property. You think, oh no, where am I going to put it? You think, no, that's not great. Yeah, I did say this is CDA's issues. No, believe it or not, they did, sir. They did 100%. Obviously, the other one did say it had CD issues, and all they ended up doing, they didn't try hard enough. The one, this was part of the cause. It was overall. It's gone like an egg shape on that. So I swapped it over, right? And then the CD worked. It actually just worked on the other player, on the end of it. But it's not in the greatest condition. So I thought just by swapping this over would be the problem. And obviously, and I've just had a look. There's nothing missing of this, except them two lungs that were broke that you managed to repair. It's still got the same problem, even on this. Now, no one's been in this. It's still got this flimsy touching mechanism, which has got to engage this engagement cog and this to actually push this through to engage on that front. So all I can say is this works on the other one, but now it don't work on mine. So it's obviously got some form of encoder that, which I wouldn't have thought that, to be honest. This should just be plug and play. Clearly not, no, that front. So I'm gonna have to take that out, swap my laser over, because I know my one does work 100%, which I didn't really want to do, but I've got no option. So, and just swap it over. Obviously, this is my original one that come off it on that front, and it has, you can actually see they got a nice big wide sensor laser on these. So yeah, bit strange that you think that it would just be a simple swap, plug and play. I honestly thought that would be the same problem. Just plug and play, swap it over, problem solved. No, obviously the other one's not in the greatest of health and all. If you want to see the state of it, and that didn't have a remote again. So you could just swap the laser over and you swap the whole metal assembly. Yeah, you could. I mean, to be honest, Mr. Pico, you've only got, it's only 4 screws. The whole thing comes out on that front. So for the sake of 4 screws, otherwise to take that mechanism out, that laser assembly, I know what you're saying, but the whole chassis has to come out. Obviously, then drop the pin to drop the guide pin from the motor. It's just easier to just swap the whole mechanism. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. How would you know the existing board works? Well, on my old one, before it actually broke, I managed to hold it and it spun up. So that was the last time it ever spun up. And then after that, it didn't, I couldn't get nothing out of it. Obviously, the mechanism was just too far gone, that front. So it's better to swap the whole thing, yeah, the whole lot. Yeah, I totally agree with you there. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm not going to start pissballing about taking bits off. I've been watching some of your channels, and I see you disabled part of the Dell Optiplex PC, mini PCs. I've got a couple of them in a cupboard. I've not even booted them up. And you obviously go into detail. And the microwave I found interesting. That magnetron and that voltage capacitor. Oh my God, 2,000 to 3,000, volts. Wattage going into that thing. Jesus. I mean, this is the reasons why you did say don't muck around with microwaves. Obviously, very good question. Don't play around with them. These things are really high in capacitance. And I'll see you strip that down. on that, which I love watching him. I love the strip down videos. I think they're great because again, you get to see what makes it tick, and there's not much in them, to be honest. I was really a little bit on the disappointed side. You know, you pay good money for this stuff, and obviously you're better off breaking it down for parts. Yeah, you can actually. Yeah, that makes sense because they make spot welders. Yes, they do. Yeah, obviously because they've got some of these are like 60 amps on these fronts. They're actually quite big. Now, obviously this should have come out. So yeah, right. You can actually make welders and other bits and pieces out of them. Yeah, there you go. So this is the whole assembly on the front, and I think this is what they was going on about. Obviously, you've got some numbers up here for the assembly, and you can actually see that they've actually put like lithium grease, some form of lithium grease on that, but you can put a little bit of copper grease on that front. I think the other one is. So I know for a fact that is from the working one, and this is my one on there, which I'm going to swap over right now. Which I shouldn't have to really, because I thought this would have just been plug and play. To be totally honest, I've never had this issue before where you've had to swap bloody lasers out. Obviously, that's going at an angle because you've got that plate that spins round, which helps with the disc. Yeah, it's in anyway. So the first thing I can do is before it jumps off, let's just screw these up so these don't come off again. Yeah, I've never had that before. Never. I've had to fuck about taking out laser assemblies. But if it works it works it. I'm hoping it does. I'm going to leave that one out in a corner, right? Because it's a little bit tricky to get to. And I'll put 3 in. And I can put the fourth one back, just in case if this has to come out, because that one's a little bit on the tricky side. It's got to go at an angle. As long as you hold the 3, it should be fine. Mr. MK was in earlier. I loved his stream yesterday. Absolutely legendary. He was so funny. Yeah, I thought you could just swap. I did. To be honest, I've never had this. The unit makes sense, and no wonder if it's an underdying issue. I mean, I've not known it. I've never come across this type of problem before, where you've got to muck about by taking out the you know, laser assembly and swapping it over. Alright, we're going to find out within a few seconds by plugging this back in. I'm going to plug them in and we're going to find out. That's why I've not put that corner one in. I've left that corner one out because that's got to go in at an angle. I thought, oh, this will be done. This won't take long. Fucking, yeah, you're having a laugh, you know. Just seriously, it's never going to be a straightforward process. It never is. I've not known it to. I mean, all the cables are plugged in, so it's a bit strange to me why she's not sort of working on that front. Right, she's in. Right. So, I'm Keep my hands away from that electric. It's not touching on anything. I'm going to switch her on. That's a good sign. Moment of truth. Will she spin up? Nothing. Wow. So that proves absolutely nothing at all then. Wonder why that's not booting up. And she's on CD. So, Mr. Swindon, thank you for joining, sir. No. We're getting a blinking. It's coming up no disc. Well, that's very, very interesting indeed. Let me just turn. Is it because this has got to sit at a certain angle for this to work at? I mean, I've not known it to. I've never had that issue. Let's do it properly. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We've got zilch. Where the other one did have a partial spin. That's weird. I've never had this. I've never ever had that. And I can't see it, to be totally honest. Everything else is plugged in. The cables. So really, the CD one's here and the one at the back, these two are plugged in. So by swapping all that out, I honestly thought that would be an simple fix, but clearly not. Yeah. Right, at the back of it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Have a look at the back. Yeah. And she's connected. Let me have a quick look to which way. Ah. I think I might know the reasons why, my friend. This might have to go back to front. Let me try that again. Right. Nothing. Nothing at all. It's weird. I've never had this issue where it can't detect, it won't even spin up. Well, shall I try swapping the cables over? Actually, that might, just don't know if this got cable damage due to. Right, swap these cables. Let's try and swap these cables over. I've never known it to be totally honest. I've never had that before, where you got it's a swap game. It's the bloody rigging cables. Do you know what? I was actually thinking that, Mr. Swindon, myself. I honestly thought that these. I know what these cables are like. These ain't the best. I mean, look how chewed this one. It looks like it's been chewed up and spat out. So I know this one's got one bit of marking, which I did try to clean. But it is a lot better than that other cable. So I think first things first, I'll put this cable back in, right? It's going to be one of these, you know it's going to, I've never had this issue, like you said, to swap bloody cables over and boards and connectors. Let's try the other ribbon. Just out of curiosity, just to see if that is the case. You know, it could just be a simple solution as like you said. Now this one has definitely not been mucked about with, so that's one good aspect. You just quickly read Mr. Peacock's message. To make sure that they're probably all the way in and the ribbons is, use a pincher to clean the tips. Yes, I've already tried that. Bit of IPA to give them a good scrub. And that front. And let's try to spin. I can hear the, but the motor's not going. That's strange. I could hear the motor try to engage on there. So straight away, is it because I never put that corner on, do you reckon? Let's put this corner back on. I did hear that. It was actually trying to engage, which it wasn't doing before. So that ribbon is obviously part of the cause. I can't see why this shouldn't cause an issue just by trying to put this on, but I don't know if these lasers ain't sitting 100%, would that be causing part of the problem? Wasn't it just a minute that you did try to put the tab on the right place? It says this that the laser mechanisms, there was like a slide to raise so that lowered the shield. Yeah, I know what you mean. No, on these ones they're fixed. These ones you just slot straight in, and it was the same on here. I know what you're trying to say is like, you know, just see if the actual mechanism. Well, I've put that back in. That's all the way in. She's spinning. She's working. That's unbelievable. So if you don't put that plate on, what I just left off, that wasn't working. That's mad. And she spins up. There she goes. She's working. Unfriggin' believable. What is the chances of that? I've never seen that before. She's spinning up. Because I didn't put all the bloody 3 screws back and I left the plate off. Seriously? Fixed. She's done. She's back up and running. I knew this laser was working. So, yeah. Because before that other mechanism, all fucking fell to bits and it was literally on here. Thank you, Mr. Swindon, on that front, my friend. Yes, before this actually got butchered, not by me, I managed to hold the mechanism in and she did spin up. So I knew the laser was good on this, which the laser is good on the other one as well, because we did manage to get the laser up and running. But obviously this belt needs to be replaced. So you've missed it. So what was the problem? Well, that was the funny thing. So this is the original ribbon cable that come off the one that was on my one. So I've had to pinch the ribbon cable. Obviously the ribbons have to go in a certain way, and also when I took the plate off, I left the awkward plate to get to but obviously it weren't spinning the disc. But I did hear the mechanism. I actually heard it. So as soon as I put the plate back on, this actually spun up. It's absolutely balmy. Let me just try another CD. I don't want to say 100% that was a fluke, but yeah, spinning fine. Now this one won't spin because the disc is butchered. Well, he's tried to. I can hear that it's literally trying to spin up. If you see how bad this disc is, you can see why. Looks like it's spinning. Looks like it's been ice rating. Looks like someone's been putting. Now look, if I tried to put a DVD in, I'll show you what happens. It'll just come up. It'll try to read it, but obviously DVD's got multi layers compared to a single or dual layer track. It won't even spin. Comes up no disc. So if I put the Elvis one back in, she'll spin up and work. Yep, she works fine. So obviously she does. She's back up and spinning. That's weird. So she's working fine. So that's weird, isn't it? How bizarre is that? You'll be scratching your head thinking, what that? But this disc is, if you see the state of this disc, you can see why. I can polish it and that'd be fine. Lasers for CD players are so finicky, especially for these Grundigs. So I've paid £50 for that one just for this drive alone. But you're going to pay at least between 36 and 45 just for the mechanism, but there's no guarantee that would have worked it, because again we'd have had issues. So for the sake of this, even the other one, the listing did say they couldn't even get it. It's a little less comprehensive, but it's more yeah, a little less more action, and they say the satisfaction. Do you know what? Actually, I've walked into that one. That was a very good. That's a very good quote from Mr. Elvis himself. So yes, 100%. Yeah, thank you there, Andy. I did like that song. That's actually a good song. Actually, I like. Who don't like a little bit of Elvis at the end of it? I was actually watching part of the documentary with Elvis's car. It was in a scrapyard, but now it's in a museum. It's in Graceland, in the Elvis Museum. I've never been to Graceland. I bet that's really cool. So right, the reasons why this didn't boot up was all because I didn't put this plate on. Because that plate pushes down to engage the motor, which doesn't make sense. Because I left it out, it wouldn't spin. Which is bloody, but it's bizarre. I've never had that before. I mean, how mad is that? Right, now I can put the original screws back into this now. I'm going to switch all this off. Well, guys, I have got myself a fully working. Yeah, you just need the cables. Yeah, I think what I need to do, I think you're right. Cable tie that at the back, where that original cable is, because obviously they put that there for a reason. Yeah, this is what I do. Well, I'm glad that how long's this took to try to get, again, retro stuff. It's frigging you have to buy a complete bloody unit to strip it down, buy it for parts, just to make salvage to get one working. Because like you said, to buy one of these fully working, you're going to be looking at $250, depending on the condition. Yeah, you get it listed. So what I need to do now then, I've got to take that back out and thread all that cable through. Right, that cable's now got to be threaded through and gone out the back. Like that. So straight away we had a cable issue. I didn't think it would. To be honest, the other one should have just worked straight off the bat. Mr. Worms, oh thank you. I'm so glad he's coming, Mr. Worms. How are you getting on with the Ataris? Obviously, I was ecstatic. I was over the moon. You actually managed to get that one working at the end of the day. Obviously, being Christmas Eve, everyone's gearing up for the Christmas. Obviously, for the sake of one day and Boxing Day, and that front. I'm glad this is now fully up and working. So, bloody took long enough because again trying to get bloody parts for. God almighty, even this don't want to go. Hold up a minute. I can't use that one. That one's broke. Oh no, I'm only trying to put a broken bloody cable tie on it. Yeah, that would work, wouldn't it? Holy smokes. I was watching a bit of Mr. Ace's, he was doing an Xbox 360. I didn't think he mucked about the Xbox 360s. Obviously he was moaning about the packing peanuts, made a mess everywhere. And he was running out of packing material. He was trying to send it somewhere. Right, now this one ain't broke. I've got to pack them somewhere. I can't find. And I think I might know the issue why all my cameras are playing up on this front. And it's this bloody thing here. This thing I bought from AliExpress. It's fucking paints. I wouldn't have wasted my money if I knew how crap it was. I've had to go to Argos and get a 4-way one, but I've ordered a proper 6 gigabyte one, which is normally about 35 quid, but I managed to win the bid for 15, but it ain't going to be now to Christmas. And I still ain't got my bench power supply yet, which again I was supposed to have before Christmas, so chances are I'm not going to get mine now. So it's going to have to be after Christmas on that front. Yeah, I think that's how these go. I think I think these are the way this was done is just that you put a cable tie and it stops the cable all coming loose or something like that. And I can't even find me cutters. Fucking, it's like everything else in this place. I have got so many unfinished bloody projects that I'm trying to get bloody parts for. I've got a stack of gear here. Obviously, I can't finish off now me reel to reel, because now the belts had to go back because they sent me the wrong belt, and then the belt they did send me out I never received because they sent it second class. And obviously I won't recommend sending anything second class because your chances are you're not going to get it. It will just go lost, and that's exactly what happened. It went lost and they had to put in a claim. Fucking unbelievable. I was watching about the. It was a documentary on. It's on YouTube, and I really would recommend you guys watching it. It takes me right back to the early days. I don't know if anyone remembered the liaison officer. Obviously, when you went truant from school and you was naughty to your parents, that include backmouthing, kicking off, swearing, hitting, and then obviously back in the early days, a clip around the ear. Mate, it was a belt. It wasn't a clip round the ear. You know it. You know, if you obviously, if you didn't get it off him, you'd get it off the liaison officer on that front. And there's a documentary on there showing it's up north. And obviously the liaison, this must have been early, I would say, very early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. But it was, and I would say that because of the clothing, what they was wearing. And that liaison officer, being a police officer, he wasn't afraid to give him a clip round the ear roll at the end of the day. He went round there to sort problems out with troubled families. It was actually a good documentary. I'd really recommend watching it. It went on for about an hour. I was so glued to it, it's unbelievable. But yeah, it really brought back memories watching that. I thought, wow. Yeah, the cane or the slipper, or the bald rubber getting lodged at you. I had the bald rubber thrown at me a few times. I had to duck. Otherwise, you'd know all about you. Obviously, you couldn't do that today. But yeah, the cane was definitely the worst. I would say you really felt it with the cane because that stung at the end of the day. It's the same if they caught you smoking at school, anything like that, 100%. Don't muck about on that front. Look, I'm fucking about. I've got this fucking thing switched on. Jesus. I've just realised what I've done. I went, you know, you're mucking about with that, you crank. You've obviously, there's voltage down and you're touching live voltages. But yeah, absolutely, yeah, you're right, 100%. These were, you didn't want to muck about with these type of things because these people weren't to be, you learnt respect very quickly. Very, very quickly. You obviously, everyone was a bit cheeky to some extent, but if you caught smoking or, you know, if you're truant from school, these kids who obviously what they done, they thought they tried to outsmart them by taking their going to school, because obviously you had to walk to school. There was no coaches, you had to walk, so get a bus. Your parents never took you, you have to just do it yourself. The bottom line is that you used to take an extra bag, put your normal clothing on, but you left your school clothes on. So when you went out, you didn't go to school, you changed into your normal clothing, put your school bag, you put your school clothing on in a bag, and obviously you used this one. They said they got caught stealing in Woolworths. They nicked a couple of gloves, some sweets, and something else on that front. And obviously someone called the liaison officer, because the liaison officer is obviously a full-time police officer, but for kids. And yeah, he was a bit of a brute. You didn't want to mess with him. He was a bit like a school teacher, and he latched on very quickly, and he knew what they was doing. And he not only did he catch them, but he went back to school. Right? Not only did they got this slipper or the cane, right? They also got a belt, and they got back and all. So they did. Obviously, the documentary's fantastic. Go and watch it. Absolutely, it really made me laugh. I thought, fuck me, that goes to show how tough it was back in the early days. Respect. Yeah, I ducked inside when the children talked about it. The picture frame was behind me. Yeah, you see something coming towards you, mate. You're not gonna sit there and try and take it. You're gonna duck, get out of the way very quick. Otherwise, you'll end up like that Paul Logan when he was fighting against in that round, wasn't it? Obviously, straight away, I knew that. Who was that other fight? He got 50 million for that fight with Paul. And at that 50 million, 25 million of that went to the taxpayer. Oh, Jesus. And then there was another company that took another million off him in revenue. So he only got 26. Yeah. He zigged when he should have got zagged. He definitely should. Mind you, he put him in hospital now, didn't he? Didn't have to give him a whack round the jaw. I thought, oh. Obviously, I watched the highlights of it and I went, bloody hell. I felt that. I went, fucking, you were lucky you didn't break your jaw in two. But this is what actually happens when you go boxing. Now, I'm glad I didn't put that in because that was right over that cable. Right over that hole. There. Lovely. Cool, if I'd have put a screw, that would have gone right through that ribbon cable. This is what I said, but you haven't got much tolerance around here to actually have a look. But that is fine. So now I can pop this one back in. Yeah, that fight, yeah, obviously, I thought he would have got, I don't know how much that Paul Hogan actually got. But he did get quite a bit. Not as much as the other geezer. I mean, obviously, 50 million is nothing to be sniffed at. But 25 million went to the taxpayer. I thought, Jesus. So he didn't get full 50 million anyway. He walked out about 24 million at that 50. And the other one ended up in hospital with a broken jaw. Yeah, the money is worth it now. It's worth the concussion. He must have hit him at force to break his jaw. That's all I say. You really got to put a lot of, you've only got to hit someone it the right way. You can easily, I can understand why. These people end up with, it's like getting into, it's like doing bare knuckle boxing, you know what I mean? With the Irish, they don't muck about. They use bare fist fighting. It's why they're hard as nails, them people. You don't mess with them. Because obviously they teach them to grow up. It's why even the little kids, they're right little toe rags. And you think, bloody hell. Spin it up. She's cool. Yeah, she's absolutely fine. Spinning up. All I need for this now is put all these dials back, right? Now the other one's obviously got it's got an issue with the drive, with the board, which I'm gonna have to put that one back together to make a complete one, and I'll bet off just selling that one as spare parts, because all I really wanted it for was this drive, to get this fully up and running. It's worth it. I know I've had to cough up 50 sobs to try and obviously get this one fully working, but to me I think it's definitely worth it, because again, to get a full working one, you're going to be looking at a lot more on these, because they're not exactly cheap, which they clearly not, which I was quite surprised how much these were fetching. I thought, wow, even at 50 quid with still a broken drive. Lucky enough, that one, no one touched it, but it wasn't really broken. I don't think I think that the issue he was having was the on and off button wasn't ejecting, which he didn't put in the description. I'm not bothered. This is now working, and again, I'll put the mini disc in. Oh yeah, we've got to go this side. Which, if I put TDC reading, and he should then bring up, because I've done a few recordings on these just to test, and then it will come up play, and it is. So you'll get like a little miniature graphic equalizer on these, on the mini disc. I really want to get myself a little portable mini disc player, a bit like the Walkman ones. It'd actually be quite cool. Fun. So yeah, she's fine. Absolutely. I'm just glad she's up and running. Which is, like you said, it's a bit of a bonus. And it's now got no disc. So I can now put the drawer back on. So what's the best drawer to use? This one. Ain't got bloody scratches down it. I'm just glad she's now done, and I have not got to muck about. That's it. And that should come up no disc when we got on that. It'll flash and then it come up no disc, which you can see it's got no disc. So cool. Turn her off. She can now fully go back together with all the screws. There's nothing pinching the cable. One of your projects done and finished. Do you know what? This one took me the longest, a bit like the reel-to-reel. The reel-to-reel and this one are the longest, because the parts for these, obviously I've had to buy a complete one, obviously, even with that. I took a gamble with the drive. But then I thought, no, I'm not bothered because I've just done a laser in. Like, I don't know why then. Why wasn't that working? It worked on the other one, but it won't work on here. So that's weird. Straight away, I didn't get that. Why that weren't having it. But it don't matter. She's up and running. It is weird. See how finicky. Obviously, even Mr. MK. This is what I said. You know what I was saying to you the other day, Mr. Pico, about retro stuff, right? It's much more challenging than an Xbox or a toaster or something else. I'm thinking that this proves my point. Difficult on levels can be very, very tricky to diagnose. Obviously, there's more mechanical, and obviously being old school, you can see how finicky these things are. And I think try to do repairs of what I said to you, and I know you agreed that repairing old, obviously restoring this back to its former glory. Obviously, I've had to buy one, and even that wasn't a straightforward swap. I thought it would have been. But this won't take no more than 10 minutes. I got that wrong, you know, because I see how finicky it was. But lucky enough, nothing else was damaged in that process. So now all I've had to do was swap that cable and the laser assembly, and for miraculously she is working. But it was touch and go at one point where I thought, oh, you know, why isn't this one bloody working now? Because it was. But yeah, and obviously Mr. MK's now found that out by getting an old mid 80s to early 90s robot. It was dissected on the table, and I went, oh, fuck, crying out loud. Look at them bloody wires. He's got wires everywhere, and the gearing mechanisms all out, and I went, oh, you're getting out your depth there very quickly. It's so easy you can get out your depth, you know. Even with Mr. Swindon, when he had that, obviously, amplifier, and there was all bloody wires going, oh, it can. This is the trouble that you come up against, but this is the challenge that when you're trying to restore something to get it back to working, you know, not everything is 100% fixable. You know, we've come across that both sides. Andy, especially of his stuff, he does, and he does a wide version of everything. Yeah, you might end up with a robot, yeah. Oh no, mind you, my hat goes off to him. I'll tell you what, for actually trying to give that a go, you know, give him a round of applause, because that's not easy to literally to muck about with. Obviously, even with vintage stuff. I've got vintage toys. I know how finicky they can be at the end of the day. The trouble is, you've got to take notice of where you take the wires off, because, you know, regardless that you might have 4 or 5 glasses of wine on that front, and you're enjoying the moment, getting in the swing of things, and then you're thinking, oh fuck me, hang on a minute, where's this wire go? I can't remember. But took the switch apart. Obviously, that was the first thing I would have checked, the switch, which he took it apart, and not the easiest thing, because I've done it myself. You open it up, something pings across, and you've got to put it all back. It's really one of them moments. You just got to be so careful, and you really have to pay attention. So, but obviously he still ain't put it, but he got a lot more better than where I thought he would have got, to be honest. And my hat goes off to him. It's like you said, they're not the easiest repairs to do. He just made me laugh when he said, I might be sending this to Chill and Relax's way yet to have a look. Well, I'll have a look like everyone. Look at Mr. Worms. He done a marvellous job. That's why I stopped when I did. I thought, no, don't carry on. You're going to butcher this board, and then it'll be beyond the point where it won't be worth repairable. And I'm 100% right in saying that. So if you're not confident, don't try and carry on, because you're going to make it harder for someone else for 500 times to think, right, okay, I'll now have to investigate and try to do that repair. And then repairs, especially on the Atari boards, they're twin boards. So obviously, like, you've got top and bottom traces on them to do. And I had confidence that I thought, I've never done it, but I'll give it a go. But obviously, I've butchered it in the process, which I didn't really want it to do. But lucky enough, I'm glad I did stop, because obviously I would have had a lot more problems on my hands if I didn't. So, no, it does make sense. But Mr. Worms has done a marvellous job on it. Absolutely marvellous job. So, yeah, very pleased. But we ain't in the neck of the woods yet. But I've got more confidence in Mr. Worms actually doing that, to get that sorted. Obviously, being on top of Christmas, obviously don't know. But hopefully, once you got New Year and Boxing Day out of the way, all the post will return to normal, and you know, and you won't have any issues with post. But don't try and post anything now. Obviously, today is not the idea to post anything, because you're not going to get it. Well, I'm glad this is finally finished. But even that, I honestly thought, I've never had that before. That did work 100%, but that's weird. That for some reason it won't work it. I thought, just swap the whole fucking thing over, you'd be fine. No, didn't want to do it. Yeah, I wanted to try to get the other one working if I can. Well, that's it. That's just it, Mr. Worms. Now you've socketed it, you might be able to do what I wanted to do originally, was to take the chips out one by one. I mean, obviously you've got to be careful, take the chips out, because them legs bend so easy at the end of the day. And swap them over just to have a look to see if it powers it up, or do you get a black screen. If you get a black screen, you know, then you can put an X on the chip saying, right, that RAM chip's dead. Because I know for a fact that one of them RAM chips, there might be more than one RAM chip gone. If that's the case, then that could cause problems, because you're not going to be able to get the chipsets for them, which will be a shame. But that will prove a point by you then taking the chip out. What you need to do is what I was going to originally do, which you recommended, was take them all out, try one at a time, right? Tick which ones are good and put an X on the ones that's bad. If there's more than one, then take another one off the working one to put on the other board to see if you actually get a boot up. And that was the general idea to start with, on that front. But we don't know. We don't know how far that, like you said, doing that trace repair, which again I'm so pleased he did, because that was working to start with, due to my negligence on that front. But this is what I'm saying. This is why you have to be careful when you're taking these things apart. These boards, it's true, like Chris F says, they're so delicate. You have to be so careful when you're working on them. I totally agree. Retro stuff they don't really want to be mucked about with, to be honest. If they're working, leave them working. Yeah, I don't know how much they are though. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's if you can get them. Then obviously, like again, getting parts for Ataris, like all retro stuff, like I'm not always coming across, is can you get bits? Look at me, I've just had to cough up 50 subs to buy a complete working one just to nick a drive out. And even that, the drive said it wasn't working, which clearly I tried it, it did, he didn't try hard enough. He would have got more on that if that was, but he didn't tell me that he had a switch issue on that, which it wasn't listed. He didn't mention nothing about the broken switch. There's obviously the switch for the eject was broke, and he didn't put that in the listing. So I could have actually said, no, look, the listing, you didn't say you had a broken switch, and that you could have got out of it. But I wasn't bothered, because I didn't really want it for that. I wanted to salvage the drive, so, which I have, because now I've got a full working machine. Where's that other machine? Oh, it's over there. Let me have a look on the other side of it. It's yes, so this one has obviously got a button issue that wasn't ejecting properly. I still think of, really, If I could have got this printed, I would have still liked to give this a go. I think part of the issue is just that this is warped. And I think what's actually happened, because that did, when Mr. Pico glued that together and he pinned it, which he done a fantastic job, like I said, I think that because this is warped, this is not engaging the track properly. It's skipping, because it did partially work to a certain degree. So if I could have got another one of these cogs and just put this cog on, that actually might solve the issue for the sake of it. I don't know. But obviously, you can't buy that cog unless it's 3D printed. Ah. So I've got to put all these bloody screws back in there. Well, this is going to be fun and games, isn't it? So, hopefully now this is all finally done and I haven't got to muck about with this bloody thing no more, because it has done my head. Seriously, it's done my head in. I'm just glad to get it back up and fully working. I mean, the idea is that you need these combis. You could play a CD and record it straight over to a mini disc. I've got to put the feet back on. I took the feet out. I did screw the feet up. Since I've changed that port, that fob hubber port, this has been alright. It's been as good as gold. So it wasn't, I'm blaming the bloody camera, right? It ain't the camera, it was this bloody crappy port thing that I had on the top of it. Obviously that ain't, which ain't the best. Oh yeah, I've got to put these on. The port things at the front. Obviously, my mum asked me today, she said, do you want me to get you anything for Christmas? So I went, not really. As if I need anything. I went, I want half of my bloody projects to be finished. And she went, well, you ain't had nothing this year for Christmas. I went, don't worry about it, I'm not bothered. I went, as if I need anything. I went, no, it's all right, just save your money. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad this is done. You know, well, you don't. I'm not being funny. When you're sort of like on that aspect, you don't really. Do you really need anything? No, you don't. Hold up a minute. How comes there's two screws missing up this end? I don't get that. I'm really baffled. Let's have a look at the underneath of that other one. Fucking, that's weird. No, it is right. It's right. No, there ain't nothing missing. There's something missing underneath that. No, there ain't nothing missing under here. It's just the way it's situated. The only thing is, that's not screwing on, is it? No, that's obviously, that's not the right screw. Yeah, that liaison officer. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. That really was really funny to watch. I didn't realise how tough they was back in the early days. You know, they really did make me laugh on that. I went, oh bloody hell. Perhaps you shouldn't really backtrack your parents on that front. Because the liaison officer will come along and give you a clip round the ear, and you'll get a clip round the ear from your father when you come back. Yeah, that's the right screw. Lovely. So it's the threaded ones. Here you go. I can't believe that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to plug my headphones in. Just make sure we got sound coming out of that. Actually, I should have done that first, shouldn't I? Before I can put all this back together. Oh, I should think it'd be alright. Right. Let's tighten these up. Yeah, they're all nice and tight. So now, it's putting the knobs back on. Cool, and I can put the dial one back on. Nice. So she is now fully back herself. Well, the drawer is beautiful because obviously I swapped it all over. Look at it spinning up, it's absolutely fine, yeah. She's playing. Even if you switched over to mini disc, it would still play. Fixed. Now I can say she's properly fixed. But what I should have done really is plugged it into the headphones. If I grab my headphones, I need to shut. Look at behind me. Literally, I need to. Yeah. Sorry to hijack. The best. What's the best Chrome and ad blocker? If you want the. See, I don't use Chrome because Chrome's too intrusive. I use. I use. What's that web browser I use? Because it's got much more. Brave. I use Brave, and the reasons why I use Brave over Edge, it's got too much bloatware in, and it watches everything with your tracking cookies. With everything. Now with Brave, it's got a built-in ad blocker as well as on that front. Yeah, use Edge or plus use Origins. Yeah, I use the only reasons why I use Brave is because it automatically blocks YouTube ads, so you can get out of the YouTube. It's the only one that works. It actually blocks YouTube ads. So if you've got ads in your thing, it'll block it, and it still works. So, but I'm not sure about the others because yeah. says on there. So yeah, that's the only reasons why I use on that front. I'll have a look for U-block origin. I don't really care about privacy. I'm not such for that. Oh right, okay, no worries, my friend. Yeah. Still got part of a fucking snap tooth. I've still got to pull this back together, yeah. Obviously, mind you, I would have liked to see it. If I had got this 3D printed, I would have liked to got one of these done and then retried this onto the other machine. Obviously, because I still think the issue lies here. Because this is warped. It's not engaging. That warpedness is not, it's missing the tracks because the tracks are only on one side. Main thing is, no, she's back up. I want to try to, let's do the blinds because it's really dark in here. It's like going back to the 1940s. Lights out. Hey, quick, turn your lights out. Thompson's laying in the bloody kitchen. I don't know what's happened with him lately. Oh, here we go. Here's my JVC headphones. Who remembers the old JVCs? I use these. These are mid-90s. These ain't 80s. These are early 90s. On these ones. I use these on my Walkman when I go out. They look at me thinking, what's he fucking... When I'm in the doctor's, right, getting medication for me repeat prescription, I'm the only one in there taking cassettes out. I'm the only one in there actually putting cassettes back in and swapping bloody batteries over because the batteries don't seem to last. Everyone else is mucking about with phones. I'm mucking about with a 1980s Walkman. He's put me back to the old days, actually plugging them back in. Right, let's plug it in. Now I should get sound out of this. She works. I'll skip the track. Yeah, she's fine. Obviously, copyright. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. So, she's good. Rocking. She works. She's got sound. She's back up to it. Copyright. Yeah, it's alright. You only play a few seconds. You should be fine. Can't play too much because they will copyright it, or you get your channel gets demonetized, and it's actually say, right, that's it. You're gonna get 3 strikes and you're out, or 2 strikes and you banned your account completely. Main thing is she's fully working, so now she's back up to the full original price. The last one I see one of these sold were £2.49 on that front, not £2.49, £249. Oh yeah, obviously I'll take the disc out. Oh, the disc is out. All right. Now I need to put back the. Obviously, this one's now all done. Screws are all put back in, and now she's fully up and running. Cool. That's another project finally finished, and I will say the word finally. I honestly thought that would be an easy swap, but then nothing. It's like everything. Nothing's ever easy on retro. Nothing. I don't know why they give me that manky bloody blanket. I'm going to plug her in. It'll still work with the drive in the front, because I can then plug in the headset to see if we've got audio coming out, because there's one thing again he didn't mention. Where's my headphones? Now he said it does work. Yep, I think he's right. Switch it over to mini disc and we click play. Yeah, we got sand. Yeah, she's fine. Yeah, she's fine. She's playing fine. Not an issue there. So the issue that the mini disc does work on this thing, so it's just to confirm it. That's what I was looking for, the mini disc one. So we're back to square one. This one is now not got a working DVD CD drive because of obviously I've nicked it. But I could put this partially back together because I don't need to. Don't know where all them other screws come from. I ain't got a clue. Again, I end up with more screws coming out of these things, and you're thinking, well, where does all these screws go? Well, that's why I've got a pot of screws. Obviously, it must have come out from somewhere. I can't remember. So you take more, you end up with your screw pots getting bigger and bigger by the minute. You're thinking, you know, where's all that lot come from? This does need a bad clean up though. It's really nasty, but it doesn't matter. Like you said, it was worth the 50 quid just to pinch a drive out and get the other one fully up and running. So it's a small price to pay because it just increased the value of the other item. To have that one fully working, it's like I said, one of them was fetching about $2.49. And it sold that. No, I was actually quite surprised. So it's just a shame now this one's going to have to be sold as spares or repaired, but it don't matter. It makes no difference to me. It's worth every penny just to actually get that drive out. But the laser's good in that. At least I know that laser's working, because that was the original laser out of this. So I can confirm that the laser works. So the problem I've got to put back now is, let's put all that back. Take this back out. It don't really feel like Christmas Eve, does it? It's not like back in the early days where I used to look forward, thinking, bloody hell, we had to go to bed at 7 o'clock. And you're going to come down in the morning, you're going to have all your presents underneath the tree at the end of it. I was looking back at Dixon's prices back in 1982. There's catalogues, which people don't know. Now, it don't really feel like it. No, it don't. To be honest, Andy, it don't. Now, it's somewhat like if you buy the mini disc player, this is what I expect. Yeah, it's like you said, it's scrapped. It's really, Mr. Peter, you're right. But no, literally, I think you did. Back in the early days, we all looked forward to waking up wondering what your parents have got you for Christmas, because you're hoping that it was going to be something you looked forward to on that front. Obviously, I can't remember. But I can remember to a certain degree, but I couldn't remember what I wished for. Obviously, wishing for a star. He was wishing for a star burning in a Ferrari parked outside. Forget that, mate. That's never going to happen. It's never. That's never going to happen. You're never going to get that on Santa banging at your door, thinking, "Hang on a minute, what's going on here?" Yeah, I can't remember you asking for a Ferrari or something like that. Or a trip to the Bahamas or something like that. Yeah, I can imagine it. Yeah, I remember going through the Argos catalogue. That I definitely did. That I'll tell you, weren't just the Argos catalogue. I went through Dixon's catalogue And also, I had a link in Toys R Us, because Toys R Us had like catalogues and things like that to have a look to see what there was. So yeah, there was a couple of bits that actually drew to my attention. But normally 9 out of 10. Or your mum had the Littlewoods catalogue. It's always like she had a Littlewoods catalogue or something like that you had to go through. And because she used to put it on the old borrow, it took them a year to pay for it. And then if a year come round again, she used to have a look. Because she used to ask you, what would you like for Christmas? And then after a few months you forget about it. She wrote it down and she's all right, I'll get that ordered. And, you know, and then because we used to all play out in the streets on our bikes, you know, playing Kirby and things like that, you don't expect it. And when a delivery turned up, you didn't think nothing of it. And that was all part of your Christmas box. So, yeah, it does make me laugh, actually, going back. I remember my first, the Tamiya radio. Bloody hell. The controlled car. I always wanted it. And, yeah, excitement was... It was. That's just it. It was the best entertainment ever because you're thinking like, you know, you look so forward. I think that joy is the only thing I can come into mind thinking, oh, absolutely legendary. I'm gonna keep this. Your promise is I'm gonna keep it forever. You've had it a few months and then it end up being put on the back burner with everything else, and you think, oh, which is a shame because a lot of the stuff that I had, like my record player and, you know, me Parker coat, me rally chopper. At the end of the day, I missed all them bits. I just wish I bloody kept them. Obviously, didn't mean nothing back then, but I bloody wish I kept it now. I feel well gutted on that front. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean on that front, Mr. Swindon. It's absolutely, it's legendary, sir. It's literally legendary. You don't realise how magical it was. And that front. Oh look, there's the other bloody screw. Okay, where's the other screw gone? Fucking hell, typical. So yeah, definitely. Oh, I think we're missing some bits on these ones, aren't we? Yeah, I think we are. I think we're missing these. But I do think that these were the best days. 100%. They was totally the best days ever. You can't beat them. You just really can't beat them days. It meant a lot to all of us when you used to grow up and get the things you always wanted, but not everyone could. I mean, I remember getting my very first Spectrum. It was a 48K, but obviously I was really I loved, but I don't know what happened to it. It's like a lot of things. It disappeared over time. Yeah, thanks to GP, but unlocked the unblock Origins. It's like it's working perfectly. Good. That's back up. So it's, yeah, by the sounds of it, Mr. PCDD had a bit of. Don't talk to me about bloody PCs. You know, they are a frigging nightmare to work alongside with. These, you know what it is? They don't want to be tampered with. They just don't want to be tampered with. Like a lot of these things, leave them alone. You know. Obviously, I'm not going to put that back on. It's absolutely butchered. Yeah, that's the one that accepts all ads into the background, and it costs all the yes. Yeah, this is the trouble. A lot of these browsers, you know, you've got to accept a lot of cookies. At the end of the day, I don't think there's not one browser out there that I've come across that is not very too intrusive. It wants to collect all your personal information. Even if you're running it incognito mode, it don't mean nothing. It absolutely means nothing at all. You're wasting your time. Incognito means it doesn't disable all the cookies or the, you know, in the browser. At the end of the day, I use things like I use an Onion router, which is like you said, and then I use a VPN on top. That's the only way to really keep your identity down to a low. But the trouble is with them, it restricts your content of the internet down to 0. It's absolutely appalling at the end of the day. So yeah, you have to be very careful what you use, but it's the only way to actually keep it. I'm trying it now. What's that? Reballing is bullshit. Yes, browsers. Obviously, Mr. PCDD's obviously found that out. Don't know what the heck happened to his machine, but something's gone really badly wrong on it, because that's not what he expected, and it just went something badly wrong. So, but he's got it sorted now, so that's good. I might have to go for my pot screws and that, because I can't find all the bloody screws, and I bet they're in this pot. So, off these screws, these don't look right to me. I don't know what they're off. Bronson still wants the sausage. He's still looking in there. That Mr. What an old towel. That's going in a bin. Oh, hello, Bronson. Oh, you know why? Because I've got half a Savoy at the end of the day. No, you already ate half of the sausage. He bit half the tip off. Oh no, did Mr. PC? Yes, I'm afraid his PC. Something went wrong with the Windows operating system shutting down. Obviously, it affected him in a big way. I bet that was an update that caused that. Windows is plagued with problem after problem. It's alright, but if you can get on with Linux, I would say switch with Linux, but not everyone can, because Linux is not an easy operating system. It's open source, like all open source. Even Windows is open source to a certain degree, but you know, you've obviously it's not going to help you try and fix your PC. Yeah, what did I say? I bet the bloody screws are in here. Bloody PCs. I've had a lifetime of fucking PCs. I tell you, I've done my head in. I'll tell you what, you want to do what Mr. Pico recommended. Take them apart, put them in a scrap pile. Yeah, that's literally it. That's the best thing you can ever do to a Windows PC. Just cut the cable, strip it down, take all the precious metals out of it and bin it. Don't even bother with the hot glue. So, at least that way you'll know where at least you'll know, well, that went to a good cause. Yeah. You're vibrating on the Mac now, right now. Do you know what? That even with, I've got one of them epoxy iMacs up there. That's the one they threw out, and I don't really rate them. I've never been an iMac lover, to be honest. Oh, Bronson, really? Let me turn that. I can actually might be able to turn that microphone down just a little bit now. See if that actually, yeah, that's actually not too bad. Epoxy, yeah, the word epoxy. They are. I think PCs really do push your buttons, especially and what ain't gonna help. I watched yesterday on one of the YouTube channels. We've got some big changes coming away to OBS, and they're literally giving it a new whole. They're going over the AI system. It's going to be more AI in it, and also the UI system. They're going to give it a complete transformation. I've seen it, and some people might not like it, and it's going to completely change the way the layout is. I've already looked at it yesterday. I was watching it for about an hour, and I had to die out. And yeah, it looks nice into a certain degree, but they've kept old. But the way the UI is actually using, where if you look, all this here, right, you can alter all this, right, out of OBS. The new UI system is now all straights, and they've altered all of this. It's now supposed to be more customizable, but I don't like the way they've done it to a certain degree. They've made it looks too cramped. Yeah. And they're working on it as we speak before they release it. Someone managed to get an early release by OBS, and yeah, they've turned around and said, yeah, we're working on this as we speak, and we're going to try and get it out as early as January. So there will be a massive update on it. So yeah, I don't know where that's going to end up, to be honest. I have about 2 computers. One is a new on Windows 11, and the other one's on Win 10. So I'm going to change to Windows 10, and then one to Linux setup. Linux is fine, but it's because it's open source. You've got everything's coded. You have to write the code out. It's right if we know how to use it. There's a few mods converting into and to remount with the firewall with a VPN. I'm back in planning to stay with one version back. One version back to OBS. Well, you wait till that new version comes out. You're not gonna. I don't think people are gonna like it. Well, you ain't gonna have much option, because what will happen if you don't update it? It will try and force you to update, even if you try to turn it off. So you can add data storage into the USB and the HDMI hubs. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. It will make it. There's a lot of changes coming. Obviously, 25H2 is obviously the latest part of the core system update for Windows 11. Now, I've known it to call that core update has actually upset people's Windows operating system. I've actually got, because I've got a gaming rig, it's actually given me about a 3-4% increase in frame rates just by updating the core system. Now, I've had a lot where people have said their system has actually gone down. It's not great. It depends, doesn't it? You're going to have a lot of people out there who ain't going to have knowledge of what Mr. Pico or myself or other people with understanding how to update. If they've got a problem with their PC, they know how to deal with it. I do. I've worked with it over the years, so you do get to know roughly what works and what don't. I'm getting an error to try to load and unpack unsupported the mainfest version. That means you've got a confliction. So is it coming up? If you're getting an error, is it coming up of a code or some sort, or does it just? Normally Windows will give you the reasons what's conflicting. If not, you can try to go into run it in capability mode. You can try it that way to see if it's Windows itself. The trouble is Windows uses signatures, digital signatures. If one of them digital signatures has got a corruption in one of the lines down in the key registry, you will get, like, say for example, because everything has to go through the key registry. It's a bit like on the surfaces. If these things are turned off or there's a corruption along the line, you'll get an error if you try to put a new file in. Bloody annoying. Because if you don't know how to sort this out, it will send you around the houses. I've had it. I know exactly what it's like. You'll spend hours trying to sort it. They're not the easiest things to try and source. That's why I stick with one browser. It's a bit like, I've known people to have actually put, obviously, Windows comes standard with Windows Defender. It runs in the background. And then people put fucking Norton or they put McAfee or any of the other antiviruses on. And straight away they've got a problem. Because the other one tries to disable, but then it's so full of bloatware. Even Mr. PC said it's literally, it didn't used to, but over the years it got worse. Now it takes up all your resources and you wonder your PC's running because of all the crap that's running in the background. You're better off just taking it off and just letting Windows Defender run, and it does defend. It does do its job. It's not perfect, but it will do its job. Fucking tooth, it's because I snapped that tooth off. It's always a snap that. Yeah. Does it work on a basic Edge browser? Oh, but Edge. I hate that browser. It's one of the biggest pet hates that is. Stop being blonde, Andy. Oh, no. Poor Mr. Swindler's going through issues. Oh no. Who's going to defeat me from Windows? It ain't just Windows, no. That's just it. Obviously, it's the core operating system that can cause the issues. The first things you want to do to try and rectify the problem, if you've got browser issues, is first things first, which Windows don't do, lame-o. There is a way you can do to see if there's any updates first. You need to go into admin, type in winget all to see if anything's updated, and then that pulls the information through. That then, because Windows don't do this, you have to do this manually, which they don't tell you. You have to work. I worked in IT, so it's going very deep into the app gets the package and installed. I learned a lot. It's just it. It can be really in depth. So like you said, you've only got to have one corrupted file, and there is keylogs, there's error logs that Windows does count, but again, you have to type the error log command in to actually bring up the error log command. But yeah, you might be able to. You'll definitely, it will find the issue, but you need to find it's going to be a digital signature. It's going to be corrupted. Obviously, it's stopping it from the par. Windows is just being Windows. You can't stop it. But absolute bloody nightmare to work them. MSI is super complex. It's just that the old ways now, all kinds of new ways of things are getting installed. They try to make it, you know what it is, Michael? They try to make, Windows tries to make it, this is where it wins over Linux and obviously ISO, right? Obviously ISO is a sealed up package. It's all gets counterfeit, goes straight through to Apple. So it's just a simple click install, done at the end of the day. Windows is different. It has to extract all of the fucking its commands and all the all the bits it needs to actually put it into the registry. The downside to that is it's very, very complex. It's like you said. I know because I've done IT myself. I know exactly where this goes. It's not straightforward. What people do wrong is Windows is very crafty. Part of the core update, when you try to uninstall, it leaves residual files left behind, right? It's just in case you might need to actually try to get back into it, or you want to reinstall the package. So yeah, the package is a database and logic is a data's combined. Yeah, so basically that's exactly it. So as soon as it tries to you install it, it knows then what directory. So a lot of it, you've got all DLL files and key registries and everything that it needs to boot the file up. And the trouble is, when you take that program off, or there's a corruption and it's not updated properly, that file is left behind. So when you take it off, it still leaves the old files behind. And this is the problem Windows has always had, right back from Windows 95. It never takes the old files away. It leaves corrupted files left there. So when you reinstate and you go over, you've still got the error because the previous files left behind. Now, the only other way you're going to have to do that is you're going to have to go into the registry and you're going to have to manually hunt down in files, right? And you have to be careful with these because these files are shared. If they're shared on another program, you could corrupt that program and break Windows. You've got to be really careful. Yeah, these files are key. So also vendors often don't always follow the rules. Exactly. So they don't. It's the actual point. This is Windows' problem. They've always had this issue. It's called merge modules too. Yeah, because they actually merge them because they're shared. Some of these files are actually shared on other programs, and Windows does warn you if you uninstall this could cause unstability or the program to crash or cause corruption. So you have to be careful of actually doing it because these fares are shown. So when you reinstate it. all you're doing is reinstating over the old files, but the old files are still left behind. So if there is a problem, it doesn't fix it. It may, it's not no guarantee, but Windows doesn't see it that way. It's Windows is just, it's finicky. It really is. So I use separate programs. I don't use Windows to uninstall the program. I use Geek Uninstaller, and the reasons why I use that, Geek Uninstaller actually, it's a free program, you can download it. Geek Uninstaller not only takes the program off, it hunts down the residual files and it uninstalls it cleanly. So it takes off all the key registries and everything else. But again, you will learn that over time and whatever you get used to. If you're trying to get Windows to uninstall, it just leaves the residual files behind just in case you want to uninstall it and put it back in again. So it knows then all the directory where it needs to go. Yeah, working for the city as a contractor, we have repackaged every piece of software, and we have to put huge catalogues that we all work together. There's over 10,000 packages. That must take you forever. To literally, I'm doing 10,000 packages, and again, you've got to know where to put them. It looks like the Google went straight anti-user, and it's meant that they're doing something good. Yeah, we would do about 100 packages a month. Oh, Jesus, even that's a team of 5. Even that's still going. Yeah, it's good money getting on IT. I know, I went on it. I went on the training course. I know what it's like. It's really complex now. It's like you said, it's not the easiest thing to understand. We had a Q&A and the user acceptance testing for the whole 9 yards. Yeah, that's an experience was deep. Learning, there's obviously, it's like everything. It's all about understanding, and you really, the only best way. Windows is quite complex. It may look user friendly because everyone's used Windows since Windows 95. If we would have done the same with Windows, if we would have done the same with Linux, obviously there's so many versions of Linux out, then people wouldn't be using it. Then Microsoft would have actually, in the end, they would have actually just closed their servers and said, well, there's no point having it on. But because they make all programs run deliberately, it's a Windows-based operating system. This is how they get you over a barrel, because now they're bloating it out with all types of crap on that front. And we obviously now we're filling the crunch end. They're putting a lot of AI onto the system itself. That's just it. You can go into there's a thing called, if I'm right in saying, you can create a file. You can create an INI file, and you can get a thing called God mode, right, for Windows. People don't know about it. It's only to the experts that actually know. And you can create a God mode, and what this folder does, it opens up everything, which will give you the core system and the whole of every single thing that Windows does, and you can access it, which they really don't want you accessing, but you can get around it because I've got it on mine. But only if you know what you're doing. But they recommend you don't, because you could actually potentially brick the actual operating system if you don't know what you're doing. But it brings everything up, which they don't want you doing. There's a lot of hidden stuff, like you said. A lot of the stuff on there, even if you right click, even with the UI system itself on the interface, they don't want you going into deep files, because again, they put it off by default. It's turned off, and you have to enable it, like hidden files and extensions. Because like you said, Microsoft don't want you mucking about with it, because if you don't know what you're doing, you could potentially get the blue screen of death, and then it'll just keep boot looping, trying to look for something that you've altered into the core system. Now it ain't booting. Now you've corrupted it, and you can't get back into it. And this is the trouble. But they're doing that themselves by putting all these other residual stuff in, a lot of this AI stuff, which no one's asked for. But remember, Microsoft are not charging you, so they give you the operating system for free. Now, even that is restricted because, like you said, if you haven't got TPM 2.0, your machine can't run. So you can't get Windows 11 anyway. So, you know, you got stuck with Windows 10. Yeah, after time it's actually getting the packages installed properly. It's all about management tools. And to run like repair and self-heal and non-admin and users. Yeah, exactly. Because the admin gives them the administration rights to actually get in. Because obviously that gives you more privileges to actually, it ain't got to write so many digital signatures to actually say, right, no, you need to be an admin to actually get into this. So this is the reasons why you have to right click, and you'll see, like if you went to command line or PowerShell, there's two versions. You got normal and you got admin. If you go to admin, it gives you more administration rights, which then you can get around it more, because when you're trying to install something, Windows, then it gives it more permission to actually install it without it not Windows being Windows and trying to put a block or try to end it. It's a bloody nightmare. It's like you said, but again, that's not for anyone. And if you don't know what you're doing, it'll send you around the houses or it won't install. Yeah, you can just give the user admin rights. Yeah. I mean, but not everyone knows how to do that. And if you don't know, Windows could potentially block it, because if it ain't a Windows thing, they don't want you installing anything third party onto their system. We've really found that out. Try to set up a local account. Obviously, you can. Obviously, with the core update, they've now blocked it. So, which before, if you haven't got connection to the internet, they want you to set up a Microsoft account. Lucky enough, I still know a few ways around it, which you'll know yourself. You can get around the system itself. It's not 100% foolproof, but they've made it difficult to try and set up a local account than a Microsoft account, because they want you to be everything to do with Microsoft. That's why they shove Edge down your throat, trying to have it fault. No, we want everyone to use Edge. We don't want you using anything else but Edge. It don't work like that. They're not the easiest things, like you said, if you don't know what you're doing. But yeah, this is why I like having multi-cores. I mean, I've got a dual boot on mine. I dual booted it. I've got Linux Mint, and I've also got Windows 11, so I can boot into either one. So, and all I've done was partition to drive. I've put a 50 gig partition on Linux Mint, because you're never going to use that amount anyway. And I've got SteamOS running on that, and it runs. Actually, I've got a little bit of better performance than Windows on the SteamOS, because obviously there's no bloatware. Potson keeps looking at me at that bloody sausage, and he ain't getting it. Do you know what? I'm one screw short, which is this one, and I can't fucking find it. Oh, jeez. Can that one go in there? Can I call you mister? Yeah, actually it will, actually. Might be able to get that in. Well, if I take that one out and put that one in there, this is what I was saying about when people don't know what they're doing, and I'll say to them, don't muck about with Windows. I wouldn't recommend it, because you'll get the blue screen of death, and then you'll have a problem. Yeah. Well, that's put back anyway, right? So I'm gonna have to put that drawer back on and put that cog back on here. I don't need anything else, do I? I don't think I do. Where's them other screws that I had? I don't think they're in now. Those them long screws, so I can put this back in. Can I use that one? No, too thick. Yeah, they're here. I've only got two. Boogers. Right, okay. Where's that cog? Let's put the cog back on. Shame, Mr. Pico's done a fantastic job on this. Right. I can put this worn belt back on. Right. I think why because it's worn. And I'll relist this one as spare parts. Now, if I remember correctly, let's see what Michael's right. Yeah, the first started using Linux maybe in 1995, 90. It's about the same time. It was. I think you're right. I think it was back. It sounds about right, but I didn't check up. It sounds about. It's. I think the Linux. I don't know what first Linux operating system was, but there was obviously multiple, and it came out at the same time as 95. They're actually quite a good it's a good operating system. Obviously, we've got much more versions now. So it was about 96. Was it? It probably was. Yeah, Slackware. Is that whatever? I think it sounds. I've not checked, but I ain't used that for ages. I think it. Yeah, it might have been the name Slackware. Yeah, because obviously there was competition. Obviously it was all it was DOS, wasn't it, before that, the DOS operating system, and obviously people didn't know how to use DOS. It was just a basic system, but they done you used to do all your word processing and everything else, and it was all on bloody floppy disks or cassette, depending. Well, I've put all that back, so that is now all put back. So what I could do now obviously that cog is not gonna, that cog's gonna cause issues, so trying to get that pulled out, which I'm not gonna try and force it because I don't want to break it. I want to put this back together. The next part is since I changed that hub, this ain't bloody played up. It was that epoxy hub that I bought from AliExpress. So not everything from AliExpress is good gear. Cheap and bloody nasty rubbish. Look at this one. This one's quite dusty inside. I'm actually quite surprised. Come to think about it, I don't even know where the bloody wires are gone. Obviously I nicked the wires, didn't I? Well, where have they gone? Oh, that ain't good. Obviously I need the wires to put back. Oh, they're already on there. Alright, leave me alone. So what I could do, so this is the original laser that come out of here. So I know the laser's working on this. I will put a note inside, laser good. So I've made sure I put it round the right way this time because of the correct orientation. Yeah, I can't believe Chris Rea's, you know, he's no longer with us. He was such a good singer, he was. I like Chris Rea. Did like his songs. It's the same with Bruce Willis. He's obviously got that front dementia lobe that's wrong with him. They reckon he hasn't got long, bless him. And again, top actor. He's enough made some good films though, Bruce Willis. He'll always never be forgotten about the ones he done was Die Hard. The Die Hard movies were the best. Alright, where's my cutter's gone? Oh, for crying out loud. Yeah, I love the Die Hard movie. Yeah, the Die Hard movies are one of the best movies I ever watched. Yeah, if you haven't seen Die Hard, go and watch it. Absolutely legend. 1, 2 and 3. It's like one of the best movies here. Mr. Bruce Willis, he's always done some good movies. He's always been a good actor. It's just a shame really of the condition he's got. It's not savable, unfortunately. Yes, they did do it for the Sega Saturn. I don't think I've got it for my Saturn. I don't even know what game I got for my Saturn. There's one game over there. I didn't bother checking. Yeah, but you're right. They did do it for the Sega Saturn. Wasn't a great game though. It was a bit like E.T., wasn't it? What a flop that was. Put that on the Atari because that came out in 1982. I think Atari really dropped a bombshell on that one. I bet they thought, oh no, what did we do? We completely screwed up here. Obviously, everyone rushed out because when that was in the movies, right? A bit like when Back to the Future and Star Wars all come out, right? When E.T. come out, he loved the film that much. So they was all rushing to try to make the game, and Atari thought they'd do it first. Oh no, it went badly wrong. I mean, obviously it looked good. The box looked good because obviously you could see E.T. and Elliot standing on the front. No, the game was an absolutely flop for the 2600. It was the biggest disappointment going. If anything, people took it back. They had to get their money back. We fucking thought, well, this didn't end well, did it? Clearly not. No. You think, oh no. That was actually quite funny. Atari thought they was going to rake in millions on that, and it ended up costing them millions. But what was they expecting? Bloody hell. I mean, you know, when you're making these games, they didn't have much of a time frame to actually try and get it done. Yeah, I don't know. They must have thought, we fucked. We buggered up here big time. We're not going to do that again. Well, actually, it didn't. They went out of business. It cost them. It cost them big time. I think all these big time, like movie stars and everything else that they tried to get, and it didn't go their way. I don't think that's what they was planning. Which was the biggest flop going. Yeah, EG was a tragedy. Yeah, I remember the Atari Jaguar. Yeah, the guy that actually the game store actually advised me not to buy the console, and he said get a PS1 instead. I think it was actually, again, it was an underrated with Atari. Atari was trying to do other things. Obviously, the companies who they wanted to go alongside with, there was a big war going on at the time, and this is the trouble, the war market, because everyone wanted to get computers out and get games for it, because obviously the 80s was a big iconic, that's what I said, it was the big turnaround point. It was a massive turnaround point, and everyone wanted to actually get in on the action. Well, how could they do that? The only way they could do that was everyone was rushing to get out same time as the Commodore. You know, you had Amstrad with obviously Jumpton on board. It wasn't just Alan Sugar at the time because he bought Amstrad's rights, but obviously who's the fucking I forgot his bloody name. They actually done the Spectrum. Clive Sinclair jumped in on board. Obviously, he was an entrepreneur, so on that front. But then, obviously, once he started to go downhill, Alan Sugar jumped on, sold it, and made millions on it. He saw an opportunity. But yeah, the Sony started to jump on board. They sold millions. Actually, did you have a look at Did you actually have a look at the latest statistics on consoles? It was broadcasted actually, which was really interesting. They showed you of what consoles sold over the last 30 years, and obviously 30 years is a small gap compared to like 100 years or on that. But that small 30-year gap, they showed you what consoles and how many they sold, and I was actually quite surprised at the outcome. Obviously the Sony PS2 done well, sold so many millions of units compared to a PS5. Now there was a race at once upon a time, and it wasn't going back long. It was right back in about January. I think it was about January this year when the consoles got launched. The Xbox Series X and the PS5 got launched. No, it was in 24. It wasn't in 25. It was in 24. So, going back from that aspect point, no one could get a PS5 because everyone wanted a PlayStation because they was disappointed with Microsoft, obviously, on that front, because obviously I think it was a hype thing. So the only way to get it, you could have to only buy it online, and people are hyping it, which they would obviously, like they do with everything, they put the price up, hyping it. And this is the trouble. Obviously, because they hyped it, let them put it in demand even more on that front. And this is the issue that it end up having, because then people saying, oh, I can't get a bloody PlayStation 5 and I really want a PS5 on that front. And that's the trouble. Because they wanted a PS5, the PlayStations, the actual Xbox sales went down because they didn't want them. So I mean, look, it's locked up now. Yeah, it's gone. So, and that's what done it. And now, isn't it funny? Now, PlayStation have actually dropped their prices on their consoles, except the Pro. The Pro's different. The Pro's £750, which is fucking ludicrous. £750 for a console. And the games, I remember where the games only used to cost you between $3.99 in the 1980s. Even that was a lot of money. You know, you can get some for $2.99, some of the games, the lower end games, but some of the games, but then have you noticed over the years they went up, they crept up to £30, £40. Well, now the average price is £65 for a game, which is daylight robbery. You can't win. But you don't get that with PCs. Which, alright, they screw you in other ways. You ain't got to pay. Yeah, the Pro is slightly, it's the same here, I think, yeah. It's in Canadian. Jesus. It's yeah, that sounds about right. That works out about £750 in UK. So even for Canadian, that's a lot of money. You're going up PC territory if you're doing that. For that, you can get near enough a PC gaming rig. It's not worth it. Seriously, it's not worth it. You are really treading on thin ground when you started asking that for a console. Obviously, Steam's going to be launching their one very soon. Their computer. They're bringing out a Steam computer. Now they have not said the price because they've not mentioned it, but you know it's not going to be cheap either. And they said they're not going to be making a loss. Yeah, I'm just doing the same things in the background. I'm just doing things. No worries, my friend. Yeah, I know what you're like, Mr. Pico. You're like me, like watching the stream, but getting in, moving, doing things in there. Stream machine should be. Yeah, that's it. The stream. It is. It's not going to be as powerful. Obviously, they can't put an RTX card in there. It's going to be a mobile chipset. They said Steam is not going to be making a loss on their machines, like Sony or Microsoft. They have to take a loss when they build their machines. They said we can't afford to do that on that front. Looks cool, nice little cube, and you can change all the custom face on them as well. So actually they actually don't look too bad. I'd be interested to see what they're going to be charging and what hardware they're going to be putting inside it. So hopefully, fingers crossed. I think it's going to be a good little round machine. If people can't afford, if they can keep the price down, I personally think it's going to be up to where the Pro price is. I'm going to have a stab in the dark and say the UK price is going to be about £750. I think they had that ballpark figure. They're guesses, but that's a guess. But they can't go too mad because people won't pay it. Yeah. Yeah, I did. I had I actually bought I bought the Legion Lenovo Go, which was the biggest one they'd done, 8.5 inch. I used it for a couple of weeks and sold it. I actually got bored of it. If anything, I know I've got which is up for sale, which I'm selling for the Hospice. There's a Switch 2 up there, brand new Switch 2. I've been told to drop the price down to about 380. It's what they're fetching now. So I dropped the price down to about 380. It's brand new in box. I did actually get a Switch OLED, which Andy done a fantastic job. And I only just got round to finishing installing the software and putting games on it, which I'm now using, and I left it around my mum's. All right, you can't go online with it because you'll get banned, but I ain't bothered. I only want to play a few games. It's just easier just to dock it and play it. Yeah, that thing called that thing's pricey. Yeah, it is. I'm afraid that it's a bit of a beast. I overclocked it. I actually pushed the temperatures up. You can run a little bit because it's a Windows operating system. You can just run a little piece of software, and I managed to overclock it and squeeze an extra about 6 or 7% extra performance. But in the end, I got bored with it and just updated it. I sold it, and then I got something else. Yes, you can go online as long as you set up it correctly. Well, you can. To be honest, and I didn't really want. I only want to play it. I put all the retro stuff on because I'm all dealing with retro gear, which you know that's all I wanted. To be honest, I just wanted to play all the old. I'm playing Outlaws at the minute, a 1996 game that they've remastered and they brought it out for the Switch. And I'll put it on. Brilliant, absolutely. People go, why are you playing old games like that? Well, that's all I really wanted it for. So I'm not really fussed. I mean, you can't do things like that on an Xbox Series X because obviously you have to go on their server. So I'm not really bothered about going online, to be honest. I can if I go into the normal mode, OS. I think it's OSB, which is the very first one when you boot it up. You can go online and log in. You'll be fine. You know, as long as you don't go in on the others, which I've blocked anyway. They automatically block it. So you can't go online. So, and I'm not really bothered on that front. You can run as the Xbox Series controller dev mode. Yeah, you got to get into dev mode and you got to get permission for that, unfortunately. You have to create an account to get in dev mode and then you can put custom. Yeah, you can do it that way. But you still have to be careful because, again, dev mode, it goes to their server. It's just not worth it. For the aggravation, it could be a potential ban. Don't do it. Yeah, they changed it. Oh, right, did they? There's a charge of $0 now for dev mode access. Oh, didn't they? See, there was a charge for that, and then you had to get permission. You had to sign into Microsoft account, ask for their permission, and then they give you a link to go onto the dev mode development. And then click on it, and then it can take you through the development side and set it all up. But there was a charge, it's like you said. Yeah, you need to keep it signed in, yeah. So, obviously, from that aspect, yeah, it's for the aggravation. And not everyone knows how to set them up. So, obviously, and if you haven't got confidence in setting it up, they're a nightmare. But you have to do it online. You can't do it through the Xbox. Right, let's see what this does, which is, I know this is what happens. Yeah, nothing. Comes up no disc. So, which is a good sign, because I'd rather it say no disc. But it's not, obviously, the Switch is not doing nothing. I've got nothing, absolutely zero from that. So that cable's got to be shot. That's got to be down to the cabling. But it says on there, no disc. So it doesn't matter to me, but I know that laser's good. So it's not a laser issue. It's more towards on that front. But it doesn't matter. I've put it all back together. Which before, if you leave these unplugged, it comes up 00. It's trying to look for the disc. So you need to put it all back anyway, which I have, which I'm not really bothered about. I will put all this back. I will give her a good clean. Right. It's that bloody time cogged, you know. like that. That's it. Once that cog's in, I can hear that spinning up. Look, it's trying to open. Look. See? It tries to open up. It's that cog. It still tries to say it's trying to open, CD open. And it comes up CD open. But then it locks up. But that switch is definitely not. It's a really strange sort of like occurrence on there, but it just comes up CD tray open. Yeah, that's somewhat sort of them cogs out. It may be like, and maybe a switch. Otherwise, it's listed as parts or repair. I'm going to put that up anyway. I can't see why. Obviously, someone might have another one that they might have a working one of that, and one of these is working. But I know this works 100%. So I would take part of that listing. But one thing for sure, I would tell them that is obviously the button needs to be addressed, which the other one wasn't. He did put that in at the end of the day. But it just comes up CD open. It's definitely that cog. It's a shame because I'll tell you what, I bet that's all that problem is. All I'd say, it needs a belt and it needs that cog, and I reckon that would be alright. Oh, and a new ribbon cable. Get another new ribbon cable for it, which I know you can get. But it don't matter, I'll put it back together. It just keeps coming up CD open, but you can actually hear it. You can hear it try to spin up. Then it sort of dies off. I can actually try and hear the motor spinning round, so it's actually trying to do its job on that. So, but it just comes up CD open. That's it. So that's good enough for me. I mean, I'm happy with that. There's 2 screws in it. I would like to try and put more screws back into it because I didn't really want to look like it's been tampered with. cool. Yeah, there's none done on that one. Ow. Poked myself in the bleeding knee. Ha! Yeah. And that's it. It's got a nice sort of anchor down. Anyway. It's partly put back together, so which is cool. What I do know is I will give her a clean. Oh, you didn't put the other 2 screws back at the side. No, you didn't, which I'm going to do right now, which I forgot. These ones here. And I can get this one relisted and put back up for spare parts. The main thing is, as long as I've got one up and running. So it's the original drive. The only thing I've pinched off there is the drive caddy itself, the ribbon cable, and no, I didn't swap it over or something. No, it was it. Just swapped the drive caddy over. The ribbon cable's the only 2 things I pinched out. Everything else is still original, but you can hear the motor now, and I managed to put that in with not breaking them connectors. What you've done, Mr. Pico, so hat off to you, sir. Thank you. That has done its job. Now we can put the screws all back together. Includes the feet. I'm more pleased that my one's all properly up and running. It's one that's fixed and it's done. Yes, that was definitely an interesting video of that, Mr. Pico, taking that microwave apart. I like that one. It goes to show what runs in a microwave. Don't muck about. It's true what you said, don't muck about with a microwave. Really, you didn't realise how many volts running through that magnet. That obviously the Megatron, or the back of it, obviously that's what creates all your microwaves. And it needs a high voltage cap at the bottom. Alright. This case really needs a clean. Oh, fucking TV's off. It wants to stop. It's turning itself off again. What is up with these epoxy things? Right, there you go. I hate this TV because obviously I need to set up a. I noticed Mr. NK. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that you went into right depth for that. I think it was a good point, well made in there, of some of the dangers that obviously come into play. Out of everything else, electrical, I think microwaves are the most dangerous to muck about with. It was good because you went into depth and showed you what was worth salvaging, and what weren't worth salvaging that front. which was good because it shows you what's actually inside. I mean, that was a brand new microwave, and that was a customer returns. But like you said in the video, it's worth more in parts than what it is than try to sell it. And you're right, 100%. Look at that. Right, she's all I've got to put back is its feet, which is, and the dials. God. Oh yeah, they made this easy, didn't they? Yeah. Put the feet on. Yeah, good idea. We'll put the feet on. Feet has to go in a certain way, and it has to click. They've got notches. There's tiny, tiny notches on here. You can actually see it. And these notches sit on the actual the thing itself. But also, yeah, I like that one there. That's it. Now, trying to find the screws, that's the most crucial part. So let me take one out and then I can have a look and see what ones are what. So it's going to be these. Yep, yeah, alright, fair enough. I've got two of them. There's two right there. Yeah, everything these days is worth more in parts than it is old. Yeah, it's probably why it's true what you said. Trying to earn a living like 90% of other people trying. It's not for everyone, and I can't speak for everyone, but you're right in saying, sir, is 100% right. Trying to earn a living, trying to make an actual, you know, remember, whatever you earn, the taxpayer wants, regardless, right? We can't get out of the system. It is what it is, right? It's been going right back since the early days, right? Even in the mid 60s. People still have to pay taxes, right? So it's just one of these things what we can't get. Obviously, it's got dearer over time, and now the taxpayer wants more and more, and the government's not helping because obviously you have to keep an idea, and you, especially if you're self-employed or running a company, you have to keep finances of literally everything, and if you don't, you can get fined quite heavily if you don't keep in order of your own finances. That's a different ball game. The point of the matter I'm making is that whatever you try to earn, the tax man wants just a little bit more off you, just a little bit more, regardless that you're trading in, that you've got an online business. Okay, fine, but they want to know everything, literally everything you do, and this is the trouble. eBay's not the easiest because eBay now can want cuts, and there's cuts on this and there's cuts for that, and you can't win because this is exactly it. Oh no, that's got to come back off. I've just heard that screw rattling around in here. That's not good. And yeah, this is my point. This is my point exactly, that you know, everyone wants their little bit, which is fine, but don't get greedy. There's people out there trying to earn a living, you know, trying to make ends meet. They've got mortgages, they've got bills to pay. You know, that's all we seem to do. It's just that, regardless to how much, you know, what we're doing is that there's always, you're going to have someone else to say, yeah, but I'm paying more than what you're on. Well, it depends what you're doing. You know, you can't always win. You just can't win the system. All you want to do is like, it's different for film actors and things like that because that's their job. But then they get paid mega money, or footballers get paid mega money because they get sponsorship. But it's a prime example. You know, it's a lot to contend with. So yeah, some are not lucky enough to have a mortgage. No, I haven't. Obviously I'm in a council flat. I can't afford that. Oh yeah, I have that. I have that really. Yeah, interesting project for you if you want to take and you want to see restricted. You can sort of sell. You can sell it for like the Dogs Trust, and then if you want to take all of that and then take a photo, yeah, and put it in a disc. Yes, I will. Chances are that's exactly what. That's why I want Mr. Worms to have a look at the other one. The money I want to go to the Dogs Trust. I want to raise some money for the Dogs Trust funds because I really feel sorry for some of these animals at the end of the day. And I've not, out of all the other charities I've donated to, I've not really give much away when it comes to the Dogs Trust, and I really do want to. It would be nice. Yeah, a tent. A tent is a luxury. It probably is. I went camping, so I know what it's like. So yeah, I won't do it again. Obviously, my back hurt. I had a back like a banana. Obviously on that front. I've got to take this back off because now that screw's rattling around in here now. I can hear it. I'm glad I turned it upside down because that would have come out, shorted out, and it would have took something else out. A tent is a luxury. Nice one, Worms. It's true though. A tent is a luxury. Yeah, people can't afford. I mean, I can't afford to have a mortgage. I'm too old now anyway, and they don't like you having mortgages. Obviously, you've got to have the capital to put up front. I mean, well, put it this way: if you're averaging roughly around about 24 to 27, and your income has to be a certain amount, you have to be vetted, obviously, by the bank to lend you the money, unless you can put up the capital, which is roughly around about for 300,000 to 350,000 pound. They'd want an equity of roughly minimum about 15 to 20,000 pound on that front. You might be able to get it down, depending, and then it's like everything else. It doesn't stop there because then the more you put down, it brings your mortgage rate down. Obviously, because like if you put £50,000 down, obviously that will bring that capital gains tax down. It bring it down just a little bit where you don't have to pay so much on that front. But obviously she hasn't. She's obviously now put capital gains tax up for properties, so and businesses. I think it's more aimed at businesses than anything. But you can't win. But it's not. You're not gonna. You can't get out of the system. It's once you've signed that. That's a declaration. If you don't pay that mortgage and it runs into arrears, God forbid there be high penalties to pay on that front. Yeah. Alert. Check Discord. I will, my friend. 1 minute. Fucking screws come out now. I can hear it rattling on top of the case. Oh, and I can't get the bloody case. Can't get the screw out. Mr. Pico. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I got. Now this is a proper piece of kit. See, Mr. Pico's just like myself. He's a proper retro person, just like my, and that is a lovely piece of kit. Sharp. Now that is what I call a lovely. See, that to me is a radio, not like the modern crap what we get today. This is a proper radio. At the end of the day, see, this is what I really like. So you got a record on the top, nice. SY Inex cable, yeah. So we've got the old, we've got the old auxiliary inputs. We've got the antennas, and obviously the speakers are the same ones that are used for the other ones on here. Was this part, Mr. Pico? Was this actually part of did this come in for repair, or was this going to be scrapped? Oh, hold up, it's got light, and I don't want to make sure. No, you're right, fine. Retro, it's the Retro Sharp SG1E stereo with a tonable, including a Ferguson 3053 brakes. The radio works, the tape plays, but the CADs, or I can't. Sorry, my friend, I can't read your writing. And the pinch rollers. The turn needs a new belt, and it's got poor sound on the right side. Well, that could be down to capacitors. the right side straight away when it comes to that. That's what mine's got on that front. Yeah, it was going to be scrapped. Oh, that's a shame. What a beautiful machine. Your mission, Mr. Retro, should you hold up, I've got to read this. This actually sounds, just like up my alley. Hang on. It sounds like Mission Impossible here. Right, let me get the tone of the voice right. Your mission, should you choose to accept, is to restore. This would be lovely to restore, to see if you could try and sell it for the Dogs Trust. Most definitely, sir. Obviously, the right side is obviously going to be capacitors. So we're going to have to, I will swap out the capacitors. If we can get, we should be able to get capacitors. Obviously, the pinch roller, on that. Can I pinch, what? Actually, pinch roller. I might be able to pinch, most of them pinch rollers, I might be able to pinch one off that other radio, take it off that. So if we got a pinch roller issue, now pinch rollers, I would give it a clean first, completely strip. Yeah, this message will self-destruct. It will self-destruct, Ethan, if you choose to accept this mission. I was waiting for Tom Cruise to come round the corner. It was literally just, hang on. I ain't got a bomb, have I? So it's going to be strapped to this. You don't know. Yeah, so the tape plays, but it catches. That's it. Configuring it. So the pinch roller. But the turntable needs a new belt. Well, that's fine. Yeah, that's actually brilliant. I love that. So yeah, we're going to need a new belt, and it's port sound on the right side. So obviously, it won't be an audio chip issue. That's going to be more like related to capacitors on that front. But what a lovely machine. Obviously, there's no things on that. So a belt, you're going to be looking, what am I going to be looking at for a belt? A belt's going to be roughly around about between 12 and 17 pound for a belt. I have a new belt, so that would be no worries. So really, all I need to do is address the pinch roller, which is easy, and the right side I'm going to have to investigate. It's going to be caps. Obviously, it's going to be capacitor related on that front. But yeah, absolutely, it'd be worth. Yeah, it'd definitely be worth saving. Shame that it'll have to be scrapped though, because what is it? What wattage is it? It's 160 watts. Wow. See what I mean with that old system? Absolutely. What a lovely. Yeah, because it's actually got. Obviously got the cabinet on there. So this is just for the cab. So all you'd have done is just stripped it down. But that's a shame. But what a lovely machine. For the sake of science, I would say no. That's too good to be scrapped. Because it's a lovely machine to save. Now, can I ask Mr. Pico, is the stylus on that front? Did you manage to, like, if you, even without a belt, can you manage to put, what I'm trying to say is, if you put the toner arm on the record and you spin it manually, can you hear it coming through? Because otherwise we might have more of an issue. That I would thought it'd be better for it to be, yeah, for you to restore for it. Yes, because I've got a couple of items that I do want to do for Dogs Trust. Obviously, they took another payment out today for Mr. Woody, which I've got Woody up there at the end of the day. So yeah, I do, and I want to. I might need help putting this up on Discord or something, because I'm not very good at that front. Yeah, I've not tried that, but I'll have one. Yes, brilliant. So yes, this would be great. Obviously, this item's going to be too big to transport in it, so I'm going to have to put buy a pickup only, because obviously the sheer scale. Unless Mr. Well, actually, you're going to be shipping it to me, so that'd be interesting. If you can give me the way it's being shipped up, Mr. Pico, if you can give me the shipping details that you send it to me, I'll pay for your shipping. It's not a problem, my friend. I haven't got a problem in that. If you give me the details, I'll put that. I can then know how much it's going to cost me to then resend it. and obviously I'll keep all the boxing, all the packaging on that front. But yeah, absolutely brilliant. I mean, yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, I wouldn't really. To me, that's sacrilege. Actually, trying to for Sharp. I've got a couple of Sharp stuff. Now, Sharp's also got a bit of a reputation with the way these things are all set up and everything. But besides that, I wouldn't say that's too good to scrap. I would say, yeah, that's such a shame. No, I'll post it, and you don't need to worry about the shipping. But yeah, I'll send you the info. Thank you, my friend, much appreciated. So it looks like this is going to be another project on there. See, so, and then I'll get that sorted out. We can get all that done, and I can get that advertised and get that sold. But I might need some help putting the links on the Discord. So if they, it's bloody difficult because you have to be careful. You've got to be posting information on. This is what I had to ask. I had to ask a lot of the charities, and they said no. We don't want you posting other social media content on there, and I respect them for that. I mean, like all charities, some say yes, some say no. Not everyone does. Yeah, wait until Christmas, and then it's yeah. I'm thinking that's what I'm doing. I mean, I need to order capacitors. I want to get the linear record player sorted out. I'll need capacitors for that because obviously I want to get that fully up and running. Even though it does work, we can't get that speed adjusted down because obviously due to capacitors. So I want to get that down as much as possible, and that would help. Obviously, but we did fix one today, which was this. But I'll get this sold. I will get my money back. That then just pays to get my system put back on there. That just breaks me even on that front. And what I need to do, oh yeah, is take the screws out of this side. That's a nice system though. Yeah, that's too good to scrap, my friend. I totally agree with you on that. I would not scrap that. But yeah, that did make me laugh. It's like Mission Impossible there for a minute. You're thinking, oh no. you think, should you choose to accept this mission? I was waiting for Ethan Hunt to come out. Actually, I was going to say, oh no, quick, we're going to get done here. This message is going to self-destruct in 10 seconds. And he comes out and he says, I'm not Simon Pegg. Poor Andy, I really feel sorry for him on that front. He must get tormented thinking I'm not Simon Pegg. Told you, screw floating around. Oh, there's some nastiness on this case. It's absolutely rancid. Oh, don't start, Bonson. I've only fucking washed name on it. Hello, Dick. What are you doing? No, I'm trying to put this together, Bronson. Obviously, he wants to play today. He wants to play that Mr. Boncy. Hey, Boncy. What do you want, Boncy? No, he wants a sarnie. No, you know what it was, Mr. Pico? Wait a minute, Bonson. I've got an half-eaten, Savaloy, and I went to show Bonson, and before I knew it, he bit the top off it. Obviously, he bit the bloody top off it. Jesus, he really wants it. He wanted to eat the cold what's named on it. Right, you can have that bit, Bonson. Oh, Jesus, all that's gone. He don't chew it, he swallows it. Good boy, Bonson. You know, it gets like cold turkey. If he can't get it, he really wants the rest. Let me have a little bit, just a little bit. All right. Right, that's it, Bonson. Ain't no more. Right. Savage. Mr. Pico, did I tell you? They wrapped it up in that old dirty towel. It was like a cloth or something. And it really smells. I don't know what they tried to put on there. Bronson, he cracks me up. He's unique, that lad. It's only Bronzy. It's always that Bronzy. Now you've got the sneezes now. No, they wrapped it up. I don't know what they was playing at. I thought, you know what, they wrapped it up in here. I laughed. I went, oh, that's rancid. They've wrapped it up in that. I'm not wrapping it back up in there. I'm telling you that now. It's staying out. Obviously, we've got a little bit of damage on the corner of this, but up on here. But this ain't the greatest. It's in poor condition, but it ain't too bad. But I can't see why I shouldn't get my money back. People do buy them. I didn't think there'd be a demand for these, to be honest. But obviously, I was obviously wrong. They are. The main issue is, at least I've managed to salvage and get a full working one. But the mini disc works. That's the main thing. Yeah, it's a lovely old piece of equipment. We can get that one up. We get that one sold. I'll be more than happy. I just love working on these old machines. I think that's just got that element. Mr. MK just made me laugh last night. He absolutely is I love that geezer. He's a legend, absolutely legend. It's just how he come out of it. Don't worry, Mr. Chill and Relax. I'm saving this one for you if I can't repair it. And I'm looking at it, I'm going, oh no, what's he doing? That poor robot. The robot's getting butchered. Oh, Mr. MK, you're going to be making me working really hard for this one. Yes, definitely, most definitely. It just made me laugh. Right, we've got all the screws put back in the back of this now. I took the floating screw out of it because I didn't want that short, you know. Okay, last thing I want. Oh, I shouldn't have had that sausage. That's why I don't eat sausages. That's repeating on me now. Great, lovely. Now I can hear that boot. I can hear that drive whirling around. And it'll just say CD open. But and you've got to make sure the mini disc, you have to point it, insert it at the top part there. But it does read the disc. It absolutely plays fine. And it actually comes up analog stereo. Which is playing. So it's not really an issue. Just a shame that the side to that is now not working, but it is what it is, I suppose, and there's not a lot you can do. I will give her a clean. That's the least I can do for this machine. I think it needs it. Oh, the knob's on this one, so I ain't got to worry about it. I didn't take that off, I only took that off. So the main thing is now, is just give her a clean. That's the best thing I can ever do for this. And then get this one, I'll write up, I'll get this put on the net. Not today, because obviously, what's the time? 5:52, so all I'll do is give her a good clean there. And then, yeah, I don't know, that is rancid, I'm not. And I'll keep the box, obviously, I might actually have a better box. That box ain't in best how they turn that box up. It's terrible. But they actually wrapped it in this, and this stinks to high hell, which I'm not going to keep. I'm going to hold that because that's nastiness, mate. Absolutely nastiness. Get the vinegar box. We'll get the vinegar. That way, I've got the vinegar. The vinegar is always, it's got a stink. It's got a stink of vinegar. And then I'll get the polisher on it. We'll get all the grime off first. God, it stinks like a fish shop. Oh God, that is. Yeah, that needed it. Yeah, she's nasty, mate. She's nasty, nasty. This poor machine deserves a bit more of a better life than... I don't like... The trouble is, I'm all one for recycling, which I 100%. But beautiful pieces of a kit like when this was new, why did it deserve the life it's had? Like, you know, obviously, look at the one that Mr. Pico just got. That was my point exactly. A lovely machine like that, right? Now, you'll find that one might be mid-90s, early 90s. Sharp was around about late 80s, early 90s. But that was probably around about a £400 or £500 system at one point in its life. God, look at that. Look, that's just... That just... All I'm doing is just taking dirt off it. I mean, you'd think that just for the sake of a little bit on there, just give it a little bit of a general clean. It doesn't cost nothing. I don't get it with people, you know. There's no need for it to send it when it's completely, you know, and utterly black and dirty. You think, oh, I can't be arsed, so I'm just going to sell it as is. I can't do that. I have to clean it. I like try to... Like I've always said, I've always liked to try to bring things back to life or restore it to its former condition. And open this up and think, bloody hell, what's he been having? Fish and chips? You think, you know, yeah, well, he has. Like my other one, it's all been fully cleaned now. I'm just glad she's back up and running and I've got a full working system. So, regardless if I use it or not, I can't leave unfinished projects just left like that. Right, next task is let's get the old cream going. All right. Get the old cream out. Get the finger rubbing. It smells like tea kettle, this stuff. It's got a beautiful smell. I do like the smell of teacup. I do love the smell of teacup in the morning. Give your meat a good old rub. Yeah, here you go. That made me laugh with Mr. MK's one. Obviously at the end, poor Mr. MK, he was really struggling there. I mean, my heart really felt for him yesterday when he was trying to do that robot. What are you doing down here, Bodson? You're not on a ticket late, are you? Now we'll let that soak in. Now, I've been cleaning all these pads, so I'll pop them in the washing machine. You'll get a couple of goes out of them before they. Oh, there's me knife. Where's the bloody tip for it? Oh, there's the tip. The tip's off. Okay, where's the knife? Oh, that ain't a knife. Right, I'll have to put that over there. That's dangerous. Can't let that float around. You know. So I've got a couple of items I can do. So we can sauce a belt. So Mr. Pico's going to sauce a belt. I'll get that done. I hate things being right on top of Christmas because obviously, you know, you want to get projects done, but you can't because obviously it's not going to be known about. Jesus Christ. I would say, now I cleaned that. That goes to show what bit of tea cut. What colour that goes. That is disgusting. That is, do you know what, that's unbelievable. I can't even put what words to say about that. But that is grime. Now you wouldn't think that, would you? Obviously that's how much grime it's took off. And I wasn't forcing that. It's really like spongy. So yeah, not the greatest. So what we'll do, I'll do the same again. Right, take a clean cloth, then wipe her off. Right. Jesus, that is astronomically dirty. I've never seen anything like that in my. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. I mean, even that is grubby. Now I've wiped all that. You wouldn't think you can still get dirt off. Yeah, of course you can. But that is. No, that's just nastiness, mate. Absolutely nastiness. Even that, look, that's dirt coming off it, and I just wiped that. That's even disgusting. How the friggin' hell is that still coming off? That goes to show how much dirt is grinding in it. Check out Andy's giveaway. That's a really. Do you know what? These are £12, 12 to £15, and I'll tell you what. I see these on TikTok. What a great machine! What I'll tell you what. Designed for cars, I use them on retro stuff. You know, they're not. I'm telling you, go and grab yourself one. Brings it right back. Buy the pack of pads, about 15 quid, about the same price as that machine. Battery lasts for about 30 minutes. It's more than enough time to get that done. What's... Hang on a minute, I've got to see these. What the heck is it? Is this the giveaway? Pot noodle with a pot noodle and a fork with a spinner. It's a mug. A mug and a pot noodle and a fork. Nice. I've never seen that. And I want this Christmas present. Oh no. It's actually, that's made it, isn't it? And unwanted, can you wonder at it why it was an unwanted Christmas present? Oh, thanks, Mum. Yeah, I've always wanted one. You're thinking, oh no. You're thinking, is he for real? Seriously? Yeah, give that away. Wow. All I say is wow. That's made a big difference to that. That's took 90% of all that shit on the top of it. He ain't gonna get rid of the thing on it. But that's brilliant. I thought, what's that? They're giving away a pot noodle. Oh, it's like a mug of fork that spins round to twirl up all the fiddly bits, and a pot noodle. I'll tell you what. I'll say one thing about that polisher, right? It really, I don't know how well it can shine, but it really brings a shine up to plastic. It really buffs it up. I mean, even that, I took it off and it goes to show how much bloody dirt is still taking off it. All right, not as much as that. That's quite noticeable. Freaking unbelievable. I'm just going to do the sides. Tell you what, these polishers, go and grab yourself one. I really recommend it. These are fantastic little machines. It's now got some torque on it though, for a little device. It's really impressive. Seriously, it's impressive. I ain't going to go no too mad with this, but that's a lot cleaner than what that was. It's really brought that plastic up nice and shiny. It was really dull and flat. Now it's like a mirror shine along here. Look, it looks like gloss. I'm not joking, that's how well it's polished plastic up. So you imagine on a car, these are why these are brilliant. It's getting dirty now, look. It's getting really grubby. Can you see it? That's exactly what I'll end up doing with the other one. I can't get over that fucking pot noodle. It's brilliant. Little squirt would do. Lovely. Oh wow, polish that front up all right. She's getting really dirty now, look, see. Down and dirty. That's what I love. I'll just do the back. One little spray at the back. Little dab. Lovely. Dab, 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 dab. Yeah, she needs changing. Look. So she got some of the rust off. It's pulled some of the rust off it. That is no exaggeration. Unbelievable. What a great little tool that is. Great little polisher that is. That's one of the best things. I know it's cheap and cheerful, but you know what? It's got to be worth it when it don't cost too much and it does like a £500 one. You think bloody hell, it only didn't cost me less than 20 quid. I think this is about as good as I'm ever going to get her. She's a damn sight more clean than when she first came in. It's a damn sure. That front's really brought that up nice and it's brought that up really nice and shiny. Really impressed. Even that front. It's really glossed that up. Just a little bit of a polish. It's amazing. Now that's all they had to do was just polish that. Just you know, just a little bit to go off there, and it made a world of difference. Some people couldn't be bothered. Don't matter. I've done it. At least I know I've done it. And now, if you have a look, right, I've near enough got all that mark out. If you remember correctly, this had a mark on it, didn't it? It was all up here. There's hardly anything showing. And it's all that polisher. I've not even give that much on it. I've got that Maguire's, but I'm not going to go too mad on it. I'm just going to... It's a lot cleaner than what it was. Hell of a lot cleaner. It did make a difference. But she's clean. She's now ready to be items backed up and put back up for sale. I can't see why I shouldn't give me money back. I didn't pay a lot for the other one. And that's a lot cleaner. Now she's cleaner. I feel more safe now she's clean. That's absolutely revolting. I can't get over that. Or that, literally how much dirt that's took off. All for the sake of one of these cheap sort of like, what's the made in China. Yeah, and like 90% of the stuff's made in China. It used to be made in Great Britain. Which I have got. I've got record players that said made in Great Britain. I don't know what's great about Britain today, but obviously it's not now, it ain't. But I mean, they obviously did make it at that point. They used to make stuff in there. Yeah, I have the old record turntables. Yeah, that had the integrated amp. I mean, most of them did know on there, Michael. I've got a couple of record players in there. One I didn't even know when I opened it up. It had a bloody valve in it. I've never seen a valve radio. I can't even recall when I've ever had a valve radio record player. But obviously, the issue it's got no sound. But the valve's worth. It's true what Mr. Pico said. It's worth more in parts, and he's 100% right. Yeah, I have an old valve amp for my guitars. Obviously, I've got my deck on there, the mixer. Now I've got I'm trying to do the pots for the mixer itself. Let me take this out. I'm glad do you know what? I'm glad I've cleaned that up. That really needed cleaning. It was absolutely rancid. But the point of the matter is, I've now got a full working Grundig, which is nice. That's what I wanted. So, let me take that in the kitchen. Don't need that. Oh look, I was looking for my talk bit there. Oh, for crying out loud. Found it now. Right, let's put that in the kitchen. Get rid of the rubbish. Thompson's fault. Blame that rotten old Thompson. We don't want rotten old Thompson. What's that? Strawberry and kiwi? That's strawberry and kiwi. That's not a bad one. Strawberry and kiwi. Do like a little bit of strawberry and kiwi. Obviously. Now, this is what I was working on, because some of these what power up my big 500-600 watt speakers. Obviously, this had some issues with pots. So, some of these weren't turning, they was absolutely seized. Yeah, they still feel, some of these still feel seized a little bit, and I've freed all these up. But that one, again, no, it froze. They shouldn't be that stiff. These pots are just, I think these pots are just, they're gone. I mean, no, that's seized. That's complete. Now I've done number one. I've done one all the way up to 5. That's seized again. That one's seized up. No, that one's not the greatest. It shouldn't be like that. Let's try number 2. No, that one there is, that one's really stiff. It shouldn't be that stiff. It shouldn't. No, fine. Yeah, they're not. If they sit there for too long, these just seem to seize up. It should be really nice and free, but that one. Yeah, they're definitely, these pots are not the greatest. It's the only thing. Yeah, I'll just get replacements ones for the ones that's all seized up. There's quite a lot on there, my friend. Hell of a lot. I'm just going for, that one's seized up again. Now, I've done number 1. I pulled all these out, tried to free them up, and that one there is really stiff. It's not, it shouldn't be that stiff. God, that's got a job to turn. And I really have to put some force on that. Trouble is, there's bloody loads of them. Yeah, actually, that would be to test them first and to make sure that they are working. Yeah, plug them in. I think you're right. Obviously, I can plug in a microphone. These are all to do with, yeah, and then you can plug them into the ports and make sure that these are, because these are the mixers for your microphone and sound effects. You've got echo, your high mid-range, and your trimming pots. Obviously, you pan from left and right to make sure that audio, because this is all tied into your left and right audio. So all of the bottom ones where it says pan left and right, that's what these are. So you basically, that's your volume for your microphone, because these are all microphone ones. And then you can pan it left and right to make sure you're getting your stereo from your left and right. Otherwise it'll be coming out one side of the channel. Yeah, 100%. Just replace the ones that's obviously seized. Obviously the one that I did put in, I could see it. This one's pointed at an angle, because obviously that one was broke. It's literally on that front. Not all of them. They don't all seem bad, but there is a few that they've really got a job to turn. But I think you're right. Like that one there, number 6. I haven't got round to this one yet. She's really stiff. Not too bad. God, it's they sort of like, if you leave them there, they seem to seize up in one spot. Now I oiled these, and I actually put 3-in-1 penetrating oil down the shaft at the end of the day, trying to grease the shafts up a bit. Ah, that's seized. God, I can't. I'm not even going to turn that. That's not even moving. No, another one. No, don't force it. I've got 2 on that line. It froze. All right, make it 3. I can't even turn that. 3 is gone. Again. No, can't turn that. That one's locked. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's frustrating. God, they're really ultra locked on. You can probably pop them out. Oops, all the way and then mark them. Yeah. I mean, you could see some of these are C solid. Again, I think this has had the same fate as that other linear record player. I reckon this has been left out in his shed, right? The elements have got to it. I'm amazed it works, to be honest. I am, but she did have to kick out some sounds, because it's 300 watt per channel. Obviously they do a 141 on these, but this being much more powerful, because the size of the transformer is massive. So it must give out some kick. All right, it's not as powerful as the one that who deals with all the amplifiers. I mean, he's obviously, the ones he was mucking about with was massive. Simple Tech, I couldn't think, that's it. It's Mr. Simple Tech. He literally he deals with all amplifiers, and he's really cool. So he knows his stuff. Yeah, that equate section is really cool with the wider fans. Yeah, but this channel, this actually blew up. It went bang, and then I only got one side of the channel to come out. So I took it to my audio expert channel, and he come up with this. So obviously, where is it? Oh yeah, it's up here. So if I get the thing on it, it went here. It blew. It took out a couple of resistors and a diode. It went bang. So obviously they replaced it and put hot glue over it, and then bypassed it. They put a bypass for it to come over. It must have damaged the track, and that's what they've done. They bridged it to go over. But then we had all sand again, so we got the sand up and running up front. So yeah, actually I was really surprised. So yeah, that was the only bits. Yeah, that EQ, yeah, that EQ section, actually. But with the that was the only issue that I ended up having, and it fixed the problem. So you imagine, the good thing is you can take these out. Once you undo them, and so you can gain access to it. See, this is what I love about retro, that it can get to it. You can take it out. It doesn't wipe out all of the connectors. You know, especially retro. You know, this type of retro mechanical stuff, because then you can think, oh, that's all right, because then it isolates it on that board. When then you think, well, that's fine. You know, so it makes your job easier. So yeah, really, really cool. Obviously, we have got an audio chip on here, so obviously that's probably part of all the processing, what needs to go on around on this board. But there's not that much in it. But they are really nice to have now, because again, you don't get to see them on that front. But yeah, I'm going to need a few of these pots, because they shouldn't be seized like that one. It's absolutely, yeah, very analog, but you can't go wrong with analog. At least this way, it's, you know, dealing with these big old no, there's no reverb, no nothing. No, that's all right. On that front, you have got I'm pretty sure. Have we got reverb? No, you got no reverb. No, there's no reverb. I don't think there's any reverb on it. Mic, right channel, pan. Obviously you can put tapes into this. We got a delay. No, yeah, right. There's no reverb. Thought they would have had reverb. None. All you got is a trim pot. You just need an output. Yeah. Which, like you said, you got your ins and your outs on these. This one thing I like about this is what I like about old equipment like this. It was plain and simple. Just like a lot of this stuff, it's plain and simple to deal with. You have got no complications on that front, and you literally just plug it in, and then you just got your output. You put it in your output. Done. At the end of it, there's no, you know, I mean, Carlsberg is actually, alright, I know it's an old brand, but it's not one of the best brands, but it's a good, I wouldn't say it's a crap brand at the end of it, but again, you don't get to see many of these, and if these are, they're broke. Obviously, they've got issues. Yeah, I've never heard of Carlsberg, but yeah, they have been going around in the 70s. Carlsberg, it sounds about right, what they would have been. But again, lovely old machine. There's two versions, the 140 plus 140, or they done the much more powerful version, the 300 and the 300. I think, what did I pay for it? I paid £60 for the entire lot, and I got big speakers which I've got over there, which are in the corner. They're the ones I've got piled up, because obviously I've got a couple of other amplifiers plugged in this, but these are the ones that power them speakers up properly, because of the low impedance on these. Obviously, the ohm output on this is about 4 to 6, so it's really low, which gives it more driver to give it its full home. This powers them speakers all day long. I mean, I only cranked it up to one, I got told to turn it down. So I thought, oh, right, okay, sorry. I went, right, I better not have it up too late then. And that was on one. So yeah, you've got to be, so it goes to show that, you know, there's ways of delivering the power, and this does it in drones. So yeah, I can't, if I put this on a normal speaker, it'll blow the speakers, it'll pop them. You know, because of the 300 watt channel. It's, well, there's 300, it's not 300 watt channel, it's 300 aside. So it's, your bank's left is 300 and your right's 300. That's why it says 3 plus 3. So it gives you your 600 out. So on the channel. So if you try to put your left and right channel on, you're going to overpower it just straight away. If you crank that up to about 3 to 4, chances are, if you've got 140 watt speakers, you're going to peak at its limit about 3. If I push that anywhere between 6, it'll blow. It'll just wipe them out. It'll burn the coils out at the end of the day. This will be alright. It'll just it'll blow the speakers. It won't be able to take it. So obviously the amount of power that's putting in, some speakers, unless you've got speakers above about, you've got to also make sure your speakers are outputting more than what your amplifier is, so yeah, they can take the driver. And these, obviously, this gives a serious kick. It's nothing to sniff about. Don't sound powerful, but trust me, it is. You can hear it in action. I mean, I got told to turn it down at 1. So, and that was being on the floor. Now, that might have been a bit issue if I had them raised up, then that wouldn't be so bad. But yeah, but I'll need to come do that. But I do need to order some pots. But again, 2 on top of Christmas, I can't do it at a minute. I'm just not going to get them in time. All I wanted to do is, I was lucky that I got that today, which was the Grundig receiver. Yes, Mr. Christopher did. Yes, I have got the link for that. I've got that saved of the pot. So that was just the ones I will just order for them. Yeah. Obviously, it's £4 shipping, but there's no point doing it at the moment because it's right on top of Christmas. So I'll get New Year out of the way, because obviously my next project will be the linear record player, because I want to go back to that, finish that off. Now we've got a full working record player to a certain degree, because obviously, and I've kept the chip. I need to get these 2 items put on eBay, which is that linear record player that I cleaned up, which is down here, which is that one. Put that one back, because obviously I need the chip out of it, and to get that one that I've just repaired, that I took the CD player out. So yeah. So hopefully, if I get these finished, then that's it. Now I'm gradually getting round to actually getting these done, but it's all taking money and it's taking time to get them repaired. So on that front, but yeah, I mean, I'm just glad that this is now. What I'll do, I'll now get some pictures taken of this. Get some pictures taken. I've just put my bloody big thing thumbprint on that, which. Obviously that's nice and shiny now, so and I've cleaned all the front, which is again really nice and shiny. It's really brought up, that polisher. It's a great little polisher that is. And I've put all the feet back, so get this, I want to get this advertised as well as that one, so I'll get these put on there, which I'm going to do after the end of this stream, because now they're all cleaned up, they both can go on. Yeah, you'll get them. It's going to take time to fit. Yeah, it will do. You know what it's like. It's just getting parts. It's actually. Oh, Mr. Pico, while I'm on here, can I? If I punch you in the model number, can you have a look to see if you can get a remote for this? Because you did. Because I know that you, in your line of business, you do get remotes. Let me give you the model number, because the model number is at the back. Actually, no, I'll do it through the WhatsApp. It'll be easier, because then it's on there. Let me just go into it and I'll do it right now. Right, Mr. Pico, I just sent you that message. Thank you. It's gone on the WhatsApp, my friend. And then that's got the model number. And then you might be able to get something that, you might get something that comes along. Obviously, you deal with all fucking loads of stuff. Yeah, at the back of the warehouse, I'll have a look and take some. I've got boxes upon boxes of remotes. Oh no. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'll see. I've got one. Yeah, I did. Bloody hell, have you got that many remotes? Oh my god. Remotes sell quite well on eBay, because obviously people need ones for bits missing. But it'd be nice to get one for this at the end of the day. Oh, while you're on there, Mr. Pico, also, I'll have a look one for the laser disc. I'll send you the back while you're going through the remotes. I need one for the laser disc, which I can't seem to get for the laser disc one. So you might have one there for the laser disc player for my Pioneer. So I'll do that. I'll do that off stream on that phone. So yeah, right guys, that's going to be it for the day. Obviously, I have managed to get a full working one of these up now, which she will be going pride of joy with all the other stuff. Will I use it? Probably not. Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Mr. Pico, for popping in. Thank you, Michael. Much appreciated popping in. Yeah, great stuff as usual. So the next one now is obviously going to be. I always try not to conflict with other, other people on there, streamers, because otherwise my views go down to zero, and it's not worth me streaming on that front. So yeah, Mr. Swindon, thank you very much. I hope you get all things sorted out, sir. Merry Christmas. Yes, Merry Christmas to everyone, and a Happy New Year, if I don't see in it, but the chances are we will, because we always jump on each other's streams, so we can always express our feelings on it. So the next one, I don't know who's going to be streaming next. So yeah, and the people, it's true, Mr. Pico recommending the lurkers as well. Thank you, and a Merry Christmas. And enjoy all your Christmas dinners and turkeys and drinking. Grass Puddle, thank you, my friend. Merry Christmas. Mr. Worms, all the best, sir. I really do wish you all the best. Thank you so much. You have been a great help. As well as Mr. MK, that makes me laugh so much. It's really funny. If he's actually in the chat, probably not. He's obviously getting drunk because it's obviously Christmas Day for him. Yeah, and good puddings. Yes, exactly. And I'll catch you guys very soon. Thanks for popping on. I really do appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Catch you soon.